Hello. Good evening. Twin Minds here. I'm doing some Ranch Simulator. Now, it's been quite some time since I last streamed this. Um, Honestly, I don't know how long. It's probably been at least a year. The game has developed quite a bit since then, and I've been having some fun playing it in my off time. Starting off a fresh save and kind of getting back to roughly where we were at last stream, so I wasn't completely off the mark and having to start over again and again and again. So here we are. Hi Lizzie, how you doing? Hi, welcome. I'm having a bit of a rough day today, so I'm just gonna chill on the farm and see where we get. Ranch, farm, barn, whatever. We're chilling with nature. And yeah. Just gonna see where tonight takes us. I don't have plans. I kind of wanted to attempt to get into some of the new content. I've been mostly playing with existing content, as I said, just kind of playing back to where we were at in the last stream, which no one will remember except for me anyway, but that's fine. So I've got myself, a barn set up like I had before, just in a different location. Previously, the tutorial has you kind of tear down the old house and build a new house, and we had done it right there. And we tore down the old barn and put up a new barn right there. So I wanted to try something a little bit different, a little bit different of a layout. I'm keeping as many of the derelict structures that came with the farm, so we can have more building variety and more just decorative elements. Because once you get rid of these, there's no way to replace them. So I wanted to have at least a little bit of clutter. Because what's a ranch and a farm without a little bit of old machinery clutter? So until they add those types of clutter items that we can build ourselves, I wanted to keep these here. So we've got some, old metal and wood bits. We've got the dead windmill paddles that go over onto the dead windmill over there. Crates, tarps, all sorts of jazz. We have these two buildings. We'll cover that later. The garage and the old worn-out warehouse type thing, and then of course the barn, the old dead barn, and the windmill there as well. Now I built this, which is a barn that's been extended an extra block or two. There's a middle section that you can repeat over and over again, and then just a little fenced-in area at the front to try to prevent animals escaping. I have a handful of pigs. Hey, no escaping. See? They try to escape every damn time. Here, let's go in this way. So I have a handful of pigs. They are dumb as a box of rocks. They keep getting themselves killed. In fact, I have several dead in the corner here I haven't had a chance to deal with, so maybe we'll try to do that tonight. I made a mistake of going through all the effort to build all of these food and water troughs in the middle here, and then I got distracted and forgot to fill them. So all my critters died. It's fine. I have a plethora of pigs. There are just so damn many of them. In fact, let's see if we can find. Yep. So this little one is a half-grown piglet, already pregnant. We have another half-grown piglet already pregnant. So I'm gonna have plenty o' piggies to play with. Plenty o' piggies. Thanks, Lizzie. I do need the positive vibes today. It's been rough. It's been a rough day. I really enjoy this game. It's not perfect. There's quite a few issues with it, but it's still early access. The devs are currently in the process of updating it from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5, so they're putting all their development efforts towards that. That's not supposed to come until July to September timeframe, so third quarter of this year. But it's supposed to come with some extra features that they're planning on adding as well. So we're not going to get a patch for a while, other than maybe some minor bug patches. So it's kind of in a stable-ish state at the moment, so I figured it's kind of safe to play it for right now. But yeah, I do enjoy this game quite a bit. So let's cover where we're at currently, stuff-wise. You saw the pigs in the barn. I have my trusty old golf cart type thing that you start the game with. I also have a lot of meat. I have been making a lot of pork sausage because, as I said, I have a lot of pigs. And I have all this meat in here, 12 per cooler. That's all stored up and waiting for a good sale at the meat shop so that I can sell it off and make just stupid amounts of cash. In here, I have turned the garage into my meat processing. So all the meat drying over here, and then all the meat processing machines here. And then this is either going to end up being expansion to do more meat storage, or if we get into dairy, this might change to cheese at some point. So we'll see. We'll see. This is the tentative plan, and maybe I make cheese in a different location. Maybe this just stays as meat, or maybe we find a better place for meat at some point. I don't know yet. And then also, of course, I have some building materials left over here. I think I might make a pallet for those. There's an item I think that would work as a pallet, and then we'll put those probably over here along with the other building materials. I love these new storage boxes, by the way. They're really neat. Over here, we have bees. I love bees in games. We have several bees. So each one of these combs is taken from a wild beehive out somewhere in the map. They're kind of a pain to find, and it's taken me quite some time to come up with 12 combs of bees. I'm going to expand that as I find more, but that's as much as I've got currently. And then you take, obviously, those barrels that you saw over there, you take them and you put them in this little centrifuge doodad, get it spinning, and they come out with honey. And the honey is a decent passive income. These bees just sit there, slowly tick up percentage over time, and when they're done, you empty them out, get honey, sell it. That's all there is to it. Also, more pigs. Because I was still in the process of moving them over to the barn. I had them all in here. I had like 20 pigs in here. It was stupid. They kept escaping. They kept getting stuck on each other, eating all the food, everything like that. So I have 3 more pigs to move. These were too small to fit into the vehicle. The vehicle can store pigs, but they apparently don't work when they're piglets, so I have to wait for them to grow up a little bit more. They are probably big enough now, but we'll deal with it later. And then, of course, I have far too many chickens, as you can see. This is far too small of a space for these chickens, so that is over here. Running, 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 I'm running over here. Run, 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 run. So over here, past the barn, I have 2 expensive premium chicken coops lined up. It took me a while to get the lineup on these correctly, but as far as I can tell, these are kind of like screened in window areas, and then this is like their little bed type area, and I'm pretty sure this, as you can see, it's walled off here but not walled off in this view. I'm pretty sure that is a little ramp that folds out, so I'm hoping that that's right, and then these will both fold out in here and their food will be in the center space between the 2 coops. So hopefully that'll be enough to give my chickens room to breathe and breed and make me more chickens. So that's the current plan. And I probably can't make that until... I mean, at the very least I need to do work to get more wood. I have no more wood. I think I have enough metal to do it. Yeah, it's 50 per coop, so I've got plenty of metal for it. But I don't want to do it until I've got the wood ready. Just in case I change my mind. We'll see. And then over here, these 2. This is the windmill that generates water, and this is the grain silo that stores grain, and both of those will auto-fill any water troughs and food troughs in the area, so it'll auto-fill the pigs, and it will auto-fill the chickens. So I kind of strategically place those right there. I just haven't built them yet, because I can't afford it. But it'd be nice to stop having to bucket in water. You literally have to fill a bucket of 7 liters at the well, and then bring it over here, and fill up the trough, and it can take 3 buckets. So I've got 4 troughs, 12 buckets. It's a lot of back and forth work. It really is. I did it once and it was unpleasant. So I want to automate that as soon as possible. Yeah, definitely a pain. So that's essentially all I have currently. I also have this house that I built because the tutorial said so. These houses in the game are moderately not worth doing. They have very little functionality. They provide a little bit of light in each room, but you can't sit on any of the furniture. The fireplace works. I mean, it works. You got lights and stuff. And then the stove works for cooking up meats and stuff. So I'll actually need to come in here to process the cheese because I think the cheese needs to cook. And then there's storage racks in here for storing cheese and meats. So there is a little bit of functionality to the house, but it's mostly decorative at the moment. Decorative pool table. You can use the beds to sleep, so that's nice. But that's about it. So I'll probably end up doing my cheese in here unless I find a better option for cheese. We shall see. Not ready for cheese yet. I don't have any cheese producers. So that's it for what's on the farm at the moment. I do have this set up over here, which is my currently semi-stuck truck and new trailer. So let's see if we can get these unstuck. Oh, that wasn't so bad. Unstuck. I don't know exactly where I want to park this at the moment. I might build a garage for it or something, but for right now I can go there. I do want to at least find more bees if possible tonight, but I'm not going to go out of my way to do it. What do I want to do next? What do I want to do next? Let's see if I can move those pigs. Get them out of there. And we'll probably make a stop at the meat shop and see if the sale is on. I think I already checked it for today, but I don't recall for sure. Bonk. Alright, pig. Can you fit in? Hey, you can fit in. Good. Good, pig. Come here. Here. Come on. Come on. Get in. Get in. There we go. No, you. Hey. Stop it. Get over there. Okay, so these pigs can finally get over there. Are these both male? Judging on the underside, they are both male. Are you... What are you? I can't see your underside. I'm pretty sure you're female. Yeah. She's got nipples. Males aren't allowed to have nipples. Now, can I get these in here without freeing all of the other pigs? Alright, pig. Pig. No, you little rascal. Come back here. Come back here. Get in. Now come this way. Good piggy. Now you, come here. Good. That was a lot easier than it usually is. Good, good. Oh man, they're pooping everywhere. Let's clean up after our pigs. Hey, let me through. I should really clean up this mess, but I don't I don't have anywhere to put all that meat. Like, I legit don't have room for it. So I'm gonna have to leave them for a little bit until I can have room for it. God, y'all are disgusting. I mean, you're pigs, so of course you are, but still. Alright, I think my first goal has to be to set up the food trough, or the grain silo, because I'm running a little bit slim. I have 7 bags left there, and I think I had 4 bags left over by the chickens. So I kind of need to get that done sooner than later. Yeah. Granted, they still have quite a bit of food on the ground, but them chickens eat a lot. It's not going to last much longer.
I'm watching you, newcomer.
Hey, Makaroshka! How you doing? Thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it. Welcome to this side. I see you did not go to bed as recommended. Alright, let's get that last pig. Let's get the last pig. Bonk. Pig, come here. Okay. Pig. Pig. Alright. Good. Now, you. Come here. Stop trying to escape. You're too big to fit through the door anyway. Okay, let's go check out the meat shop just to make sure that the meat is indeed not on sale. If it is, I'm going to rush back and sell it, but I don't think it will be. Hello dear, how you doing? I did a lot of animal hunting at the beginning of this because that's really your best source of income for the first few hours of the game, really. But now I'm past that, so I kind of avoid the deer. Beef sausage, wild meat, and chicken sausage. So, missing my pork sausage. I can sell it without a sale, but it's so much better if you just wait. So I'm trying to be patient. Selling off little bits here and there if I happen to need money. Bonk. Okay. Oops. Only time I end up killing the deer anymore is if they do that and get in my dang way. Shoo. Oh dear. Oh dear. Alright, so how much money do I have? I have $5,500, so that's actually not bad. Let's... Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Sparkle just gifted 5 subs. Sparkle gifted 5 subs. Thank you, Sparkle. Appreciate it. Lizzie, Blade, The One, Midnight, and Kinder all got subs. Thank you very much, Sparkle. Bong. Whee. Bonk. Okay. I'm just gonna keep running into stuff. It's fine. Oh, hey, I'm out of gas. All right. Let's fill that up. Your single brain cell has abandoned you for the day. Oh no. You have gifted a total of 51 subs, Sparkle. That's awesome. Alright, I'm gonna go attempt to get... There is no catching up to Fast Car. That person is a legend. I think Fast Car is on like 400 or 500 gift subs at this point. They're awesome. Oh god, oh god. I'm being pushed. I'm being pushed. Trailer, stop being so heavy. Alright, where do I want to go to harvest wood today? I've been kind of hitting this area hard. You know what? Let's go over here. As I don't pay attention to where here is. Hang on, let's put a marker there. I'm gonna go here-ish. Because there's someone there I want to visit anyway. We're doing content on stream. Also, hi Midnight. How's everyone doing today? They did 400 that night, that's right. And that's not the only time. I don't think they've done 400. I think they've only done 400 the one time, but they've done at least 100 or 200 a couple other times. Like, holy lordy. But I appreciate every damn one of you anyway. Oh no, your cough has devolved into a sore throat. That's awful. Alright, let's talk to this person. What do you have to say for yourself, person? Hello, person. Can I have your house, person? No. Hello. Breakfast, cleaning, annoying foxes, and goodbye. Hello there. Can I ask about your breakfast? My dear, could you please bring me some eggs and pork for my breakfast? I happen to have both of those in spades. Absolutely. I hope that you don't want a timing on that, but yeah, I can give you eggs and pork. I have lots. Can I have more quests from you? Cleaning. Due to my age, I can't take care of my ranches before. Could you clean up the garbage on my territory? Oh yes. Could you also demolish the old windmill too, please? Oh, sure. Sure. Let's grab your other quest too, just for the heck of it. Hi there. Oh, okay. Fine. I can only have 2 of your quests. Oh, I'm in the way of traffic. I am so sorry. So sorry. Alright, let's take care of this person's problems. So, you don't like this old windmill. Can I have it? It's neat. I mean, it's a little bit run down, but I'll take it. Can I have it? Okay, fine. Kerblanc. 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 Hopefully I didn't need to destroy anything else inside. Probably should have destroyed it from the inside out, but it's fine. I am a god with this crowbar. I can crowbar anything from any distance. There. Windmill, get. So you also want trash removed. Oh, nice grocery shopping. Good, good. Howdy, Ace. How you doing? Alright, are these your trashes? These are not your trashes. Ah, your trash is over here. Got it. I don't even... Oh, I do, okay. Trashes, 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 trashes. Trashes. I still have 3 more trashes. Where's the rest of my trash? So the trash is up. Do I have to go up? Am I allowed to go up? Oh, you fixed your OBS issue. Nice. Do you know what the problem was? I have not looked at that yet, Sparkle. No. Okay. I have done cleaned her place. Oh, hey, this is the chicken coop, the one I haven't built yet. Nice. I hope this grate opens up. I really do. Sparkle, do you know if this grate opens up? Because otherwise I'm going to have to rebuild my entire darn thing. You haven't built it. Alright, we're going to find out the hard way. That is a solid question, how people are going to send me food if I don't have food apps enabled. For right now, the answer is no food. Until I can get myself around the concept of doing it. Alright, cleaning is complete. I got $300. Thanks, lady. I'm going to deal with your annoying foxes, I think. Those damn foxes killed all my chickens. Wait. Our chickens were right over there. But I'm sure they're still around somewhere. Can you deal with them? Sure. And now we have foxes to kill. Did foxes exist on the map before, or they just spawned for this quest? Also, I might chop down all your trees, lady. Hey, I found your foxes. Amazon wish list with snacks. Now there's an idea. Alright, foxes. Mono a foxo. Come here. Oh. Right. I could do kitty snacks too. Huh. Wild meat. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna have to go drive over and pick that up. Alright, lady, I have done your job for you. Here you are. I have dealt with your foxy situation. $200. I'm sure that was worth it. Now I gotta go bring her breakfast. Also, it's too late to do tree chopping right now, because I got distracted. I need to find that hunter cabin. I know there is one. I know I stumbled on it in the game before, but not since the update where something is actually at the cabin. Hunter's cabin, is that, it's not right there. I thought it was in this general area, but I could be wrong. Oh. The spot that says Hunter on the map. Got it. Oh dear. Alright. That's me being smart. Don't worry about it. We're just gonna go home then. Nailed it. We'll go home and we'll prepare her meal for her. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Apparently I need a beefier vehicle than this truck. I thought this truck was going to be able to handle this trailer. It cannot. The trailer is just too damn heavy. Wait. Are you talking about the one about not reading anything? Because I do feel that in my soul. Oh, yeah. Not reading that Hunter is on the map. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. I know. Oh yeah, if things that were put in the trailer added weight, then this thing would be literally impossible. Alright. Let's, you know what? Screw this trailer. You get dumped off in the woods. Alright, wild meat. I'm gonna sell what I got from the foxes. Perfect. Come back and get you later, trailer. Hello, dears. How are you? You good? Yeah, you good. Wow, there's 3 deer over here. What the hell? Alright, do I have any eggs already analyzed? Or should I go through and analyze all my eggs? I think I need to go through and analyze all my eggs. Yeah, I don't have any. Okay. We're gonna do an egg analyzing run. After I do a feed all of my chickens run because they ate all the damn food again. What the hell? What the hell, chickens? Drank all the water. Almost all the food is gone. The hell, chickens? Alright, let's deal with chicken needs. I think I'm gonna have to do breakfast in the morning. The only thing I don't know is, will the bigger vehicles actually be able to handle that trailer? Or is that trailer just too weighty? Because there are a couple bigger vehicles. There's a bigger pickup, there's the SUV. I don't know if the box truck is going to have a trailer hitch, but it might. So there are bigger vehicles. I just don't know if they're bigger like weight-wise and they actually will handle the trailer better, or if that's just a physics issue with the game. All right, let's do eggs. And eggs easier in first person. I do have a plethora of eggs. And poop. Lots of poop. How many eggs is that already? 26 eggs already. Jeez, I'm gonna need another basket. Egg, egg, egg. Egg, poop. Poop. Egg, egg. Chicken. Egg, egg, poop. Alright. That's quite possibly the most eggs I've ever gotten from one collection run. So that's 40 eggs per basket. Ah, I hate the bright, blinding light. It's too much. Yeah, poop too much. Stop pooping so much. Alright, I gotta check to see if they dropped any eggs outside. They've done that a couple times. Oh, good, okay. Alright, 'twas a dark and stormy night, and we sorted eggs all night long. 54 eggs. 54 eggs. And I don't think that's even enough to cover all of the dead pigs that I have. Like, I've got, I think, 3 dead big pigs and 2 littler ones. So that's going to be upwards of like 70 or 80 meat. And I don't have enough eggs to mix that all up. Nor do I have the storage for all that meat. So, you know, an entirely separate problem. Alright, can I do this without the light? I can kind of sort of do it without the light. Okay. We have 3 fertilized so far. But I have my 6 eggs here, so I guess I could take that to her as is. And we can sort out the rest of the mess later. But let's at least finish this basket. Alright, so we got 4 fertilized eggs from the 14 that were in there. So that's a pretty good margin. Let's get those back in the coop at the very least. Assuming I can. Sparkle, did you see my addition? Alright, 'tis time for sleep though. It's too dark. Too dark, too stormy. Too night. Hello, Gila. Hi, kitty. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, kitty. Come here, kitty. I tried to pet the kitty and he just flopped on the ground outside of my reach. So Sparkle, my addition. At least my planned addition. I have the windmill and the granary over there in between, and then I have 2 of the really expensive coops. That's why I was hoping that little piece folds open, because then I've got the food troughs in the middle here for all the chickens to come through. The only thing I don't know is if that water trough is going to be enough, because I'm going to have just a stupid amount of chickens. So I might have to put like an additional water trough inside each of these. But I should be able to handle that. Because yeah, this one's within the range, so I should be able to put another water trough in here. Hopefully this doesn't cut off like if I put it like in this corner. Hopefully it'll reach, but we'll have to see. If not, I can scoot this windmill over a little bit just to cover that space. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting that built and getting my chickens out of their tiny, tiny coops. Alright, I meant to come back over here. Let's grab a cooler. Because I'm going to have to deal with one of them pigs. Yeah, this problem. This problem. Alright, little pig, give me your meat. Oh, 1 meat. Well, that's not enough. That's more like it. Alright, 3 meats. That means I have 12 in here. Hey, big guy, come on. Come on, let me go. Let me go. All right, let's get some of this meat processed. You know what? Let's not get some of that meat processed. I'm just gonna get the 3 in this cooler, and then get the 3 from the side here. Oh, right. I only need 2 meats, and it was 6 eggs, not 6 meats. Howdy, the one. How you doing? Yeah, Sparkle done good. Alright, 6 eggs. Six eggs and 2 meats. I mean, I played this multiplayer with Sparkle and Scooby like a year plus ago, but as of lately, I started a new save. I know Sparkle's been playing a lot with Valuna, and Scooby's off in other game land. So I figured I would continue a little bit on my own. Sparkle's joined a couple times when I've been streaming in Discord, just to help me get some materials and whatnot. But I'm kind of enjoying this one alone for the moment. That may change at some point, but for right now, I'm digging it. All right, here's hoping for a sale, a good sale. Oops, don't want to park like right in front of the door, or else I can't get in. All right, sale. Egg, rooster meat, and beef. God dag nabbit. Alright. It's been at least 10 in-game days where I have not had a sale on the type of meat that I want. Alright, so I need to go that way. One of these days there's going to be a really awesome pork sausage sale, and I'm gonna make serious bank. I mean, the easy answer to that one is to not go on vacation. If you don't ever leave, then they can go back to aloof indifference, as cats do. Alright, I have your meats. I have brought eggs and pork. Oh, hey! She got it. Nice! Goodbye. Wait, is she gonna be forever a marker on my map now? Oh no. I think she's forever gonna be a marker on my map. Or on my HUD. Can I turn that off? I've got completeds. Maybe it'll go away with a save and reload. But I'm not seeing any option for that. Okay, we'll have to. You had a vacation, cat? I don't know if that's considered fair. That could be one of the other reasons that your cat won't leave you alone. They can get a bit territorial. Alright, so we're gonna go visit the hunter and see what his or her deal is. And the shower to cover it up doesn't quite cut it usually. They know. They just know. Alright. So the hunter is up there, I think. I think I'm just gonna have to drive that general direction and hope for the best. Oh, or there's a road that leads up there. That's cool too. All right, I was not aware. All right, up into the mountains we go. My little vehicle struggling to get up the hill. This is quite the up that we have. Quite a long way. Now I don't remember the hunter's cabin being here, so I'm gonna assume that they moved it. I don't remember exactly where it was before, but I do remember stumbling into it, and there was like a record or something as like a little collectible, but there wasn't anything else there because they hadn't fleshed out the hunter's cabin yet. So I'm excited to see what's in here. Oh, hello. You have lovely goose. You have been practicing shooting varmints. Hello, hi. You have deer head. Can I open your door? No, I cannot. And he does have the record. Yoink. Thank you. I don't know how to use the record, but I have it now. It is mine. Alright, sir. Hello, hi. Howdy, friend. Hunt. I need wild meat. Sure thing. I can handle that. What else do you got for me? Nimble rabbits. My rabbits are all over the place. Can you catch them and bring them back to me? Oh, I gotta catch them and not shoot them? Oh, that's harder. Alright, sure. Why not? Find and catch rabbit. Rabbit delivered. Okay. Find and catch rabbit. I see you there. Can I sneak up on it? I have caught your rabbit. I have the rabbit. Hello there, little friend. Hello there. How are you? I have a rabbit. No. Ah! Ah! No, my rabbit! No, my rabbit. I didn't know that this was going to be a competition, Wolf. Fine, now I gotta go catch that damn rabbit again. Where's my UI? I have no cursor. It has disappeared. Come here, rabbit. Come. I don't know where my cursor is anymore. I have rabbit. Hello, Pine. Yeah, rude wolves. Rude. I have wild meat, though. The wolves helped that problem. I have your rabbit. 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 I don't know what the hell happened to my UI. Oh, there it is. Hi. Hello. Can I put rabbit in? How do I give you rabbit? Here, have rabbit. I brought rabbit. Rabbit. Why do I still have your rabbit? My rabbit now. Can I put it in the car? My rabbit now. Haha. I'm just gonna slap that on the floor in front of you. You'll be fine, right? I own rabbit now. Here, let's even that out a little bit. This is a big old chunk. Now, I gotta go get more. That rabbit's having a hell of a time in there. I don't recall seeing any other animals. Now, those wolves probably spawn for the rabbit quest, so I'm probably not going to find any more up here. So I guess I'm going to have to go get more wild meat. Yep, I don't see any more. Alright, rabbit. You're coming with me. Probably not coming with me. Oh my god, he's coming with me. Yes. I have new rabbit friend. If I can just get it to come with me all the way back to home, I will put it in a cage and forever have a rabbit friend. Until it probably dies. Because that's how animals tend to go in this game. Alright, we're gonna bring this all the way home before I go get any animal. No! Bunny! No. You come back here. You get in the box. I will bring this rabbit home if I have to walk it there my damn self. No. Come back. No, no. Come back here. I will walk you home myself if I have to. But it is still more efficient to drive it at least part way each time. No! Stop escaping! Let me love you! Ah, we have wild meat. Got it. So I have 4 wild meat up there, and I think these guys are 3, so I still need another one. You adorable squeaky little bugger. Alright. On my way home with my bunny. No, no escaping. No, don't do it. I see you trying to escape. I see you hanging off the tailgate there like it's not even there. Damn magical floating bunnies. You stay. You stay. Nope, it's not staying. Come back, come back, come back here. Come here. Stay. Nope, stay. There, got my wild meat. I'm gonna get the bunny home first, though. Hopefully, I can get the bunny to stay in the chicken pen, because that would be wonderful if it cooperated. I doubt it's going to eat. It's probably going to count like a normal wild animal where they just roam and wander. Where do you think you're going? Come here. No, come here. Alright, we got it home though. That's good. I got the chicken, the bunny home into the chicken coop. Chickens, meet your new friend, Bunny. Ha! Can't go through my fences. Yeah, screw you, Bunny. You're mine now. However, I need to either buy more food, or I need to rush to finish building my new coop and other things. So that's gonna have to be a thing I'm gonna have to work on. All right, let's bring this back, and we'll trade out the trailers again. Oops. Wild meat. Oh, stop it. Alright, so we put you in here. I'm gonna go pick up those deer that I got on the way here. Alright, so I got more than enough wild meat. That's good. We're going to go up there, I'm going to turn it in, and then we're going to come back and pick up the trailer and see if I can get any wood. I do, however, need gas. We'll use my gas canisters in the back. It'll be fine. Okay, here we are. I have wild meat for you, sir. Howdy, kinder. How you doing? All right, so he wanted 8 wild meat. Not that one. Not that one. This one. There we go. There. We have a little totem structure for him. He's probably gonna take the meat out of the cooler anyway, but I'm gonna at least try. Alright, let's hello, sir. How are you? Screenshot. Oh, he just said he wants meat. He said bring him wild meat, and it says bring the wild meat to his hut. That is very much wild meat at his hut. So I'm just following directions. I got your meat. See? He took the meat. He wanted it. Alright, got another 200 bucks. Good. Shooting predators. I already did that. But we'll do it again. There are too many aggressive wild animals in our area. Would you shoot at least 5 of any of these predators? For this, I'll reward you with one of my guns. Yes. Can I borrow the gun to use against the predators? No, okay. Now, he says in the area. I don't know exactly... Like, are we talking about in this area and they're just going to spawn around here? Or are we talking like just the map? Because I can do predators on the map. But if they're around here and I'm going to need to find them, that's a different problem. I am seeing nothing. So I'm going to go to where I know there are bears and see if that's an answer. Whee! Oh god, oh god. It's fine, it's fine. Controlled spin. We're fine. Less controlled. Less controlled. Ah, it's fine. I keep overcorrecting. It's unfortunate. I did the same thing on Christmas Day. Spun out on black ice and kept overcorrecting until I ended up on in a snowbank on the side of the road. That was a fun day. Alright, I'm trying to remember where I actually know that there are predators. I think it's that spot right there. Or is it that spot right there? It's one of those 2 spots. I think. Dodge one tree to run into another one. It's fine. Is it right here? I think this is the spot. Yeah, are there bears here? I'm not seeing them. Usually there's bears like wandering right at the top of that little hill and you can see them. I've done it like 4 times at this point. So let's go up there. Bears! There they are. Hi, buds. And that does count as one of the predators killed. So good. I just need to hunt bears in the area. All right. Good. Hey, look, more bear. Can I get you to come to me, sir? Sir bear? Come here. I need you over here. Because I don't want to have to chase you. There we go. Alright, so 3 out of 5 done. That's good. And I'm pretty sure I know where 2 more bears are, so we can just finish that off. I can roof rack my meat. Yes. Good, good. Well, I actually wasn't sure if that roof rack was actually functional or not. Alright, so the other spot where there are bears is usually like right there, which is actually really close. So let's just mountain hop until we get there. That might have actually been one of the bears that was this away, so we'll see if there are more. Usually like right up here. And they might be the same spawn, honestly, now that I think about it, because they're both really close to each other. I don't see any more bears. Maybe we'll have to wait. There's another spot over here. All kind of the same general areas. These are all the spots where I know I've seen bears before. And the spot that we're headed to, I know I've seen at least a wolf. But they could all be the same spawn space. They could all be just spawning in that same general like grid with variations on where they're going to be located. Oh, right, I'm out of gas. Ha, right. Let's fix that problem. Come on, there we go. Alright, so over here has been a bear and a wolf before, but I'm not seeing them. So I'm gonna guess that they either wander or the spawn is off. Whatevs, we'll find them eventually. I don't need that gun at the moment. I do, however, need the gas, so we're gonna go this way. Man, this thing spins out really easily. Ooh. I mean, good that you got it done, Pine, but that is a lot of power requirement. But I mean, theoretically, you just need to triple your current power production, just create 2 more identical ones, and you'll be fine. Because one runs all of our current machines, no problem, and you just need 2 of them to more than power that thing. Because I mean, our current power setup is what, 1900 power, something like that, and you only need 2048. So, you know, 1 more will do it technically. All right, so that's the gas we need. I'm not gonna bank on finding more predators today, so let's go sell the meat at least. Oh, why not? We have another deer friend here. Oh, it just dropped like a rock. Okay. Hello, kitty. Hello, kitty. Alright. Meat. We don't have wild meat bonus today, but it's fine. Wild meat's not worth all that much to begin with, so it's fine. Now, since I am running low on food, we'll spend the rest of the day to pick up a batch of food to keep the chickens going until I can manage to build the things. Alright, trailer, come here. Good, good. Yeah, we'll back out of here. Ooh, I was thinking about that. Pine, I don't remember. Are you still in the Minecraft right now? Could you look something up? I think it's actually additions. I'm not positive, but actually additions or, I mean, possibly Ender.io. There was a power generation system that was really unique. Blade played with it once. It was related to throwing ender pearls a distance and then timing the catching of the pearls. I think it's called Ender Resonator or something like that. But I think if you just search for Ender and go through some of the machines, you might be able to find it. I just don't know for sure if it was one of those two mods or if it was another mod that didn't make it to this pack. But it's a really neat power system, and it's a really neat puzzle to solve that I think you might enjoy. And it produces a stupid amount of power if you can get it right. And if you can't find anything that looks like it, I'll see if I can do some research on what it was. Yeah, that's probably just the capacitor then. Don't worry about it then, I'll see if I can find it. It probably, honestly, isn't in this pack, now that I think about it. If it's not Ender.io or actually additions, it's probably not in there. But it might be worth you looking into at some point anyway, just to have something to play with, because it's really neat. It's a fun little puzzle, so the machine acts kind of like a remote user to throw pearls like you can on yourself. You throw pearls. But then you set up another machine that's set up to receive the pearl, and if you can time that machine with a redstone signal at the exact moment that the pearl arrives, you get a significant boost in power, like as a single like giant chunk of power at one time. And it's just a really nice generator and source of power if you can do it consistently. And Blade had a really good time setup going, because it's like throw pearl and like 13 ticks later catch pearl, something like that. And another one from an entirely different mod that I don't think is in our system is there was a lightning catcher, like an actual lightning rod that generated power. That was really neat. I want to say that one's not actually additions, but it could be. Alright, please don't many too many dead chickens. I can't afford too many. Well, I can afford several dead chickens. I just don't wanna. You guys stay alive for a bit longer, please. How many dead chickens we got? Surprisingly, not many dead chickens. Hello, bunny. How you doing? Yeah, you're programmed to run away, but you can't run away. So, haha, I win. We may have to ask Blade about that one too next time. Let's see if he can remember what it is. I don't think so. The rabbit was just part of the quest for that hunter. I was supposed to bring him his rabbit back, but there was nothing in the quest that triggered the rabbit's removal. So there was like a cage full of rabbits, and I thought I had to put it in the cage. But I completed the quest, and he never took the rabbit away from me. It was still in my hands. So I kept the rabbit, and now I'm keeping the rabbit. He is now my pet. We shall call him Peter, because that's original. No, we're probably going to come up with a better name for him. I just don't know what that better name is. Everyone pick names for the rabbit. You guys come up with good names for rabbit. We have Jack. We have Hutton. Is that a reference to something, Pine, or did you just come up with that? Because that doesn't sound like a familiar name to me. And we could go with Peter Rabbit. We could go with Robbie the Rabbit. We could go with Jessica. Could go with Roger. Oswald. Buster. Nice. Maybe we'll do a Twitch poll. See if we can decide on a rabbit name. RGA had a rabbit named Hutton. Nice. I see you there, dear. I see you there, just chilling, being a deer. Ima, as in I'm a rabbit. What was the Zootopia rabbit cop's name? I forgot. Judy Hopps, that's right. Alright, so this can go back over here. This can go back over here. Let's do some more egg identification while we're here. These are actually already identified. So let's pull out some more. Nothing, okay. Nothing. No, hand, egg. Can't see. Nothing, I think. I think this one might be one, but I can't tell. No, it's fine, okay. Frank. Harvey. Bugs, Babs, or Lola are good. Yep. So let's see. I need to take notes because we need to decide on one. Gila rabbit. Hi, Gila. Gila. Come here. Come here. Come here. Okay, fine. Don't come here. Be that way. Fine. Be that way. I was trying to hug you, but okay, fine. I understand. Gila. 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 Hush. Hang on. Die. Bug disappeared. Stupid bugs. We're taking bunny name orders. Pretty sure I captured all of them. It's gonna be a hard vote though, because there's a lot of names you guys are throwing out there. Alright. Names have been taken. I will set up a vote in a sec here. Yes, kitty. Yes, kitty. Hi, kitty. You're fertile. Nothing? Okay. We have 8 more to go. I think we're good. You. It's so hard to see. There's a tiny chicken in there. It's so friggin' hard to see. And if I crouch, you can kind of see it a little bit better, but it's really difficult to identify. Alright, so we'll take these guys, put them back in the coop. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh god, alright. You guys have made so many friggin' eggs. There will come a time when I don't even care to identify them, because I will have so many friggin' chickens that I don't want to hatch anymore. I may be at that point now. It's hard to say. But for right now, I'm good just continuing to hatch. I mean, I'll probably want chicken meat at some point to process, just for some variety's sake, so I'm not always waiting on selling the pork byproducts. Let's do a honey run. I haven't done a honey run in a bit. Alright, so we pull out all of these. And we get them a little bit closer. Put them in here. Do that. And then I'm going to come over and grab the rest of these from here. Hello, kitty. How are you, kitty? Alright, so you're done. And these are the last two. Alright, we did the thing. The bees are buzzing again. They never really stop buzzing, but you know what else. And I do still have a meat problem to deal with, but it's fine. How are you guys doing in here? 0 food, 0 food, 0, 0. Okay. Don't die on me, guys. I need you to stay alive. I need you to stay alive mostly because I don't have the means to deal with your meat if you die. You're not allowed to die. Oh look, we have 2 more piglets. Adorbs. 3 more piglets. 6 more piglets. And I think Mama died. Oh, god damn it. I'm pretty sure one of these big pigs was not here before. So I'm pretty sure Mama died, especially considering these guys are here. I might need to skin one of these just to give them space to move around, because I think they might be stuck in there. Can I... There we go. Kick the pig. Kick the pigs into the corner. Punt. Punt. So this must have been Mama then. It's fine. It's fine. We have several... Oh, there's another one. Oh, there's another one. Oh, okay. You know, I said you guys weren't allowed to die. You did it anyway. Tomorrow had better be a pork sausage day, because I need all those coolers back. The only other option I've got is to either sell the meat for a cheap price, or go buy a zillion more coolers to deal with all this meat. Hey, PETA can bite me, okay? Those guys are awful. I'm all for the fair treatment of animals and whatnot, but those guys are awful. Oh, bye, buddy. Where you going? Alright, you guys are good. 0 food again. They fell asleep on top of the food container. Yeah, silly dudes. Bunny, did you go in there? Where are you, Bunny? Bunny. Oh, Bunny. Hi, Bunny. There you are. They're already dead. I can kick them. They don't feel it. It's just tenderizing the meat at that point. Oh, damn it. I gotta fertilize one in there. Ah, damn it. Alright. See if I can get that fertilized one out of there. So I can guarantee you this right here. These were all regular eggs after I checked them. I can guarantee you that the roosters are somehow fertilizing these eggs inside the baskets. And I'm going to try to prove that. I'm just going to leave these baskets here once I get that fertilized egg out of there. And we're just going to leave these eggs here. And I can almost guarantee that we're going to get another fertilized egg. As soon as I can find it. I think it's at the bottom of the barrel. It is a very potent rooster. Yes, that is correct. Of course. The last egg in the pile. Fertilized. Alright. So you get in the coop. Apparently you were destined to live, little chick. Destined to live. Absolutely. PETA sucks. PETA sucks like a large amount. And definitely donate to local animal shelters. My understanding is they like donated goods more than donated goods and donated time more than donated money. I could be wrong on that, so always check with your local shelters and see what they actually need. Always when donating, best to ask what they need more than anything else. And if they say they need money, great, donate money. If they say they need volunteers, do that if you can. If they say they would much rather you donate certain brands of food, go out and get some. You know, whatever they need. Alright, so 'tis night. I spent a lot of time farting around, so we're gonna go sleep in the tent. AKA sleep in the puddle. Because apparently our tent is situated on a puddle. It's fine. Alright, so you guys are still sleeping, except for that rabbit who never sleeps. That deer hasn't moved. That is a deer that is permanently stuck in the headlights. Alright, so it is daytime. Actually, let's go ahead and bring these while we're going. The fuck was that noise? Is that my music, or is that something else happening? Ah. It's called, or it's called Heartbreaking from Insecto Symphonia, so I think those are meant to be insecty type noises. Well, that's just weird. But okay. Do what you gotta do. Hi guy, you good? I see you there, Gila. I see you. Alright. Please be a pork sausage day. It needs it. Beef sausage. Chicken sausage. Damnation. Alright, well at least I can sell the honey. There's another honey here. Okay. Look at this. Look at all this friggin' meat I've got. I have $12,000 in meat ready to sell. And if I can get a multiplier, preferably the 1.9 to 2.0 variety, then I can have $20-something thousand to play with. That would be wonderful. But alas, I am now like 2 weeks into not having any pork sausage sales. And it's it's starting to drain on me a little bit. Okay, so let's go get some more coolers and see if we can deal with some of that meat. Because I do need to get those dead pigs out of there. Because why the hell not have more coolers? I could use more coolers. Yes, Kitty. Hello, Kitty. Coolers. Just coolers. How many can I fit in my the next row of my trailers? It's a 4x4, so 16 of them. Sure. Perfect. I'll do 20. Because I already have a few at home, so I'm already off my numbers anyway. I'll store these on the ground for the moment while I stack. There. Alright. Got lots of coolers. Good thing I don't have to zip tie these things down. Alright, then we can go clear out the pigs. I don't know if we're gonna process all the meat right now because it just takes for friggin' ever. I really want to get that wood chopped, so I think that's gonna have to be a priority. So we'll get those pigs cut up and put into coolers, and then moved into the garage to be processed, and then we'll go get wood. Oh, jeez, the deer have invaded. They've invaded. They're all over my space. Right, you know, and oh dear. Hitting a deer with a vehicle does not kill them. In fact, it stops my vehicle dead in its tracks. And I usually bounce. The deer don't care. No, you can't go in my house. You can't. Go, shoo deer. Alright, we're gonna park here. Nope. Nope. No, not this problem. Not this no. Oh, I hate this part. So, the animals are hard-coded to try to escape the second there is an open door in their area. So they will make it nearly impossible to get any quantity of animals into a space without fighting tooth and nail to keep them in there. I think my best bet right now is to use this door. Come here, piggy. Come here, little piggy. Come here, little piggy. Come here, little piggy. Come here, little piggy. There you go. Be free. Alright, so blop. And Gila, I need my hand. I need my hand. And then blop. And then blop, 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 blop. Yeah. Ramp into the barn may be an option. I know, it's so much friggin' pig. It's so much friggin' pig. Alright, so let's see how much we can use to deal with that situation. No. You stay. You stay. I don't think all of these were fully grown, because that was 19 meat? That's a little bit weird. 19 meat is a strange number from that pig. Because normally it's 26 for a full grown, and the only other ones that I've butchered have been the baby pigs that only give 1 meat, and half growns that give half meat, so 13, sorry. So maybe there is a greater variance that I'm not familiar with. So 26 for full grown and then 13 for half. So there very well could be an intermediate phase that I just hadn't seen before. I guess arguably yes, a dead pig is fully grown because it's not growing anymore. That one was also not fully grown. That one was 21. Because it's 12 per cooler, and that was only 9 for that pile. So we're definitely getting inconsistent numbers, which is fine. I'm okay with different sized pigs and different outputs. I just know a fully grown pig is always 26. Which is obnoxious because it's 12 per cooler. So it's 24 for 2 coolers, and then you end up with a remainder of 2 every time. But it's fine. Pigs is pigs. Alright. I'm not even counting anymore. I don't care that much. I was just trying to figure out what the numbers were. Good thing I bought 20 coolers, Jesus. Because we already have 8 coolers full of meat. Alright, this might be excessive, but better to be prepared. Alright, pig, I'm gonna need you. Okay, fine, I'll go in this door. Fine. Alright. So, that's a lot of friggin' coolers of pig meat. I am officially done. Guys, come on. 12. 12 coolers full of pig meat. And then some remainders. God, pig, leave me alone. Plus the cooler that I already put out there from the first pig or two that we killed to do that quest. I have another cooler in there, plus like one extra piece of meat. So 13 full coolers of pig meat. Good God. Alright, so that one's empty. You know what, let's put those over here. We'll transport them into the garage through the click and draggy method. You're empty. You're empty. You're empty. Okay. So, I was not, I mean, I was kind of expecting yay much meat, but I was also not expecting yay much meat. Alright, and then I bought technically 8 too many, but that will very easily change if I have more pig situations. I was honestly not braced for the pig problem. I hadn't been reading anything in Discord really. I was trying to avoid spoilers and whatnot. I bought 2 pigs. One male, one female. Brought them home, fed them for a little bit. Female got pregnant. I'm like, yay, I'm gonna have piglets. She birthed 6 piglets on the first birth. And then by the time those 6 were half grown, 2 of them were already pregnant and mom was pregnant again. And then those guys birthed another, I think, 6 piglets between the 3 of them. No, it was probably more like 7 or 8. Because I think it was 2, 2, and 3 or 4, I don't recall. So luckily I got low numbers on the second round of births. But still another 6 plus piglets. So that by the time I was done with my second generation, I had over a dozen pigs in here, and it was so difficult feeding all and keeping them all alive for the most part. And I didn't keep them all alive. They definitely died several times. All right. So, I'm pretty sure these guys are all alive, though, which is remarkable, considering how much they're eating. Pretty sure. I may have lost a couple, honestly. They might have even despawned. I'm not entirely sure. But it's fine. I have so damn many chickens. I don't know why they're not drinking from this bucket. They drink from that thing, and they drink from this thing. But they won't drink from this bucket. So we're just going to use that bucket to fill. You guys good? You guys good? Okay. Alright, so the food situation is mostly done. I think I'm going to have to take 4 of these over to the pigs and put them in the trough. I see you not trying to escape. I appreciate it. For the moment. No. No multiples. I can deal with one escaped pig. I can't deal with all of you. Come on. Come in. They are, however, eating a lot of food still. I put a bag, I put 2 bags in each of these and 1 in there, and they essentially ate a full bag out of each of the troughs. So those 4 full bags eaten very quickly. So that's cool. Alright, so we've determined that this isn't going to sell today, so this can get parked right here. Let's see if we can use the rest of the day to go get wood. I still haven't really decided where I want to get wood from. But maybe we'll just go back to my old familiar stomping grounds. Which is... yeah, right around there, actually. So let's go that way. And hopefully, that's where the predators were, so hopefully they'll be there again so I can kill them. And then we can finish that quest. Oh, we're going this way now. Okay. Yeah, this trailer's way too friggin' heavy. Alright, let's see. Yeah, this way. Do we have any predators out today? I don't see any. Oh, there's a bear. There's 2 bears. Perfect. I happen to need you guys. Come here. Alright, so there's that quest. Done. Yeah, let's see if we can make more use of this roof rack. Alright, so we got big chunk, we got flat chunk. The flat chunks are really good because they can all stack on top of each other, which makes it very easy for storage and transport. These big guys just take up a lot of space, and you can't stack on top of them. Nor can you stack on top of these half-cut round ones that are basically half of the big ones. So those just have to get plopped down somewhere. I really like getting the flat ones. They're really easy to transport. Okay, so now I need a stand of trees. I think that stand of trees will do just fine. This place is going to end up being cleared out. I could also do that stand right there. Let's do that stand over there. This little stand of trees right here. Okay, that should do. Now we just need to get to chopping. Let's do some choppy chop. That tree can stay. I like that tree. Yep. Logs. Nope. Alright, so that's probably enough for the moment. Maybe. Who knows? We just gotta get it all piled up in range so I can work it all. Alright, we'll deal with this pile as is, and I'll bring that pile over. Alright, oh, right. They're mostly empty. Alright, we'll just run until they're empty, and then we'll fill them up. Alright, so this part's going to take a little while. If you need to take a stretch break or a drink or something like that, now's a great time. Oh. Okay. So that was all the fuel they had left in them. Not entirely sure you're supposed to keep them running like that with the canister in, but it works, so it's fine. You know, I think you're right. I think Gold Rush worked the same way. Yeah. Just leave the jerry can in and it just keeps on filling. Although, it didn't keep on filling. It filled them up to top and then it just cut them off and they just kept on running and emptying their fuel. Interesting. Alright. Good to know. Alright, let's get these piles a little bit closer. Alright, and away we go again. Alright, let's use that as a cutoff there. I like to keep the wood pile relatively clean so there's not too many items just floating about. Because floating physics items in any physics-based game tends to cause problems. Oh, the Scott Pilgrim game is on Steam sale right now for $5. Nice. Oh, it still uses Ubisoft though? Eh. Honestly, I didn't even know that that was a Ubisoft game. Alright, let's carry on. What style of game is that, by the way? I think I remember seeing a little bit about it, but not enough to know what it is. Part of me wants to say it's like a Mortal Kombat-esque fighting game. Other part of me wants to say it's like more like Street Fighter. Side-scrolling beat 'em up. Okay. Oh, sorry, not Street Fighter. Streets of Rage was the 2D side-scrolling beat 'em up that I was thinking of, or Turtles, I suppose. So yeah, I could dig that. I haven't played one of those in a while, at least not since the new Turtles game, and that was the first one of those I had played before that was probably a decade. You know what? What's with that number? Why? I don't know why, but it seems very consistent that if you have a 2D side-scrolling beat 'em up type game, it's either 2 or 4 players and then 4 or 6 playable characters. Is there just like a golden number there somewhere that they like using? Because I think the new Turtles game also had 4 players and 6 playable characters. I think they might have actually introduced new ones since then to screw up that number. But I think the original was 4 player and 6 characters. So even though this trailer is a pain in the ass to drive, it is very useful for hauling wood. Alright, so let's do a quick count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So we have 160 logs. That's not enough. That's actually not enough. Despite how many friggin' logs or planks are here, that is not enough. I need at least 200 for the coop. I think it's 100 per coop, and then I need a handful more, probably upwards of 100 more for the interconnecting fences and the troughs. So we need more. Okay. So let's get packed up and find another pile to work with. Alright, so that other stand that I saw probably is going to be the right one. Was it? Yeah, it was that pile, that big old stand over there. So we're probably just gonna have to clear in this area, unfortunately. Started with 4 and they added 2 DLCs. Okay, that makes sense. And yeah, I know the Turtles game started with, I think they started with 6 in the base game, and then they went up to additional ones, I think. Trying to remember with the new Turtles game, which ones are the starting. I think it was the 4 Turtles and yeah, I think it was the 4 Turtles and then Splinter and April as the 6 starting characters, and then they added Casey as a DLC, I think. Oh, Casey was an unlockable. Okay. So there were 7 starting characters then. Did they add others, or was it just those 7? I can't think of any other characters that are there. No idea. Although it'd be interesting if they added like Jenica, since I just learned about her somewhat recently. That'd be kind of neat. All right, let's get set up again. Let's do this way. So it's still just the 7. So they never did add DLC characters. I swear they did. But I haven't been paying that close attention, so I couldn't say for sure. Alright, let's see how much wood we can get done before it goes all dark and spooky on me. Yeah. Oh, hi, dear. You gonna cause me problems? Oh, I forgot about Usagi. That was an amusing character. I don't remember much of it. I just remember the character design. The bunny samurai. Oh, for fuck's sake. I gave myself a little bit too much work to do. I wonder how successful that Turtles game was. It was all the rage for like 2 weeks, and then everyone just kind of stopped talking about it. I think part of it is it was just so short. Like, I played through the campaign twice over at Scooby's house in one night. So the replayability wasn't really there. It was a great game, but it was just so damn short. And yeah, you had the characters leveling up a little bit to unlock a little bit of extra stuff, but that wasn't really a significant amount of replayability. At least not to me, but I also don't have the same standards for game replayability as a lot of people do. So I totally get if that is considered enough replayability for a lot of people. It just didn't feel like it to me. Alright. Oh, hi, dear. Go away, dear. Yeah, see, to me, that's not replayability. Just making it more difficult and adding more health and making enemies stronger and stuff like that, that does not give me enough reason to replay a game and over and over and over again. There would have to be multiple paths, multiple endings. The characters would have to play drastically differently, which they don't. I mean, they all have the same moveset within very small variations. So to me, that's not replayability. I know a lot of people feel very differently on that, and I know I'm in the minority on that one. But to me, it just didn't feel like it had as much replayability. I think it had as much replayability as like the arcade games, but I was in a much different mindset at that time of my life. I don't enjoy the same games as I used to, or the same type of games. And I don't know exactly what's changed, but my days of plopping in a quarter and playing the first couple hours of the same game over and over again in an arcade and not really getting anywhere, those days are gone. I have changed. I'm not the same man you once loved. Alright, let's do a pickup. I know I might shoot him just because they're getting annoying. Are you gonna fuck off over that direction, or are you gonna come back over here? If you come back over here, I'm shooting you. I'll do it. You did it. I warned them. They didn't listen. And yeah, kinda, I get that. I know a lot of people who have retained the same taste in games for several decades. I think part of my problem is my most likely undiagnosed and probably poor diagnosed ADHD. Totally self-diagnosed, by the by. Just based on symptoms I have learned over the several years. And my ability to continue the same tastes and the same projects for long periods of time is just not there. I flit from topic to topic and hobby to hobby. Actually, my streaming and making videos is probably the longest I have kept any hobby. And I guess gaming in general. But even then, while I'm gaming, infinite number of games, as we saw with the Steam replay. Now, one thing I haven't figured out, I'm starting to suspect with these saws, is that they don't actually burn gas until they've processed a log. I want to test that, because I thought they were burning gas really quickly, so I was feeling pressured to push through logs as quickly as possible. But I'm starting to think that that's not the case. Because I never see the gas tick down until after they processed a log. Yeah, as soon as those logs come out, they process. So if I leave, let's leave you running. We'll leave you running while I clear this off and see what the difference is. Oh god, it's dark, and it's late, and it's raining. Might end up needing to call it quits here before I finish, because I won't be able to see. Actually, I might end up just sucking it up and turning up gamma for the night while we work through the night. Oh shit! I haven't gone home to take care of the animals. Let's hope they're all still alive. All right. It hasn't moved. Let's watch it. See if it moves at all. Nope. They legit do not burn gas unless they are processing logs. Okie dokie. That's good to know. That means that I don't have to worry too much about leaving it running and stopping at the exact moment to save on gas. I was like freaking out about that. And if that's the case, then we can get a quantifiable total of how many logs you can process on a full tank of gas. Oh, I can still freak out, and I can still process as fast as possible to see if I'm saving on gas, but yeah, if it only chews gas when we're processing logs, then I can count how many logs we can go through in a single tank, and we can have numbers, and we can figure out how much I can do in a single run. And then I cannot actually use that information because I'm just going to end up bringing too much gas with me anyway. But numbers are fun. I like numbers. Seeing how fast beets grow in which game? Or in real life, I guess, is possible. Nope. Ran out. Both of them ran out at the same time. Alright, fair enough. Alright, is that light enough? It's not really light enough. Let's adjust ever so slightly. Where's our gamma slider? There's a gamma slider. Here, let's go to 2. Well, that didn't really help much, but that's fine. Oh, party. Alright, so we now have 2 layers of 20 logs by 8, or planks by 8 planks per pile. So that should put me up to 320. Because we have 160 in the first layer, so that should be a 320. So that should be more than enough, but we're going to finish off this pile here just to finish off the pile, and then we'll actually have extra. Oh, you're doing Occupy Mars. Nice. Yeah, I know you had asked about the playtest on that, and I didn't even realize I was missing a playtest. Okay, the rest of you can go in the truck. What was the sign up method for that one? Was that one signed up through Steam, or did they have an email that went out or something? Because I feel like I've been paying close attention in their Discord, or at least close enough attention. Curious. Curious. Yeah, because I had played the demo of that quite a while ago. But I don't recall a playtest form or anything like that. It's fine. I wouldn't have had time to do it anyway. I know me. And I personally felt like the demo needed a bit more work to be fully fleshed out. So I'm happy to wait a little bit on that one. Okay, I think that's all the logs in the general area. Alright, so we're good. We can shut these off. Get them packed away. Look at that. Look at that dirty ass windshield. We should wipe that. Should clean that off. Alright, might as well pick up the deer that I shot. Wipe the windshield with the dead deer. There we go. That's the ticket. Using all of our tools at our disposal. This is an unsafe road for this vehicle. Ooh, I wonder if I can go talk to the dude. Yeah, let's not get sidetracked. Sorry, too dang dark. I don't know where my my road. There's my road. Turns out, I forgot to turn on my headlights. I've been running on the light that's on my character. Those are the headlights. Light on my character? Headlights. Alright, we will park here. We will go sleepies. We will rush in a panic to take care of the critters before they die. You guys are fine for the moment. Alright, I have 5 more. Do the pigs need? Please, pigs, don't need. I don't have the energy to deal with you. Hello, everyone. How are y'all doing? Water's fine. Food's tolerable, I guess. Everyone's sleeping. Nope. Never mind. It's wake up time. Okay. It was an impressive jump to land on the fence. You know, when you're a rancher out in the middle of nowhere, you just gotta be as limber as possible, because there's only so much you can do by yourself, and you gotta be able to do as much as possible for yourself. All right, So we need more food. My goal is to get those coops done and get the chickens moved. That would be great. But first, I really shouldn't have parked that there because that's gonna be a bitch to get out of. All right. So let's take a screenshot because I like the screenshots. Unfortunately, even with the HUD hidden, you still have the quest information and HUD hidden quest markers. All right, so that's going to be a bug report because HUD hiding should hide the HUD. Just a thought. Let's move this through the forest and wrap around. To here. Okay. So, I need to build these things. Let's build one of the coops first before I do anything else. And just make sure that it's going to do what I want it to do. You do get to customize your character. Sparkle's got a blue-haired chick in like a tank top. And this is me. As me as I could make it in this game. Did you say finally to me putting together my coops? Alright. Coop. These poor chickens. They are definitely way too cooped up in there. Alright. Metal. Get. I'll leave you here. Wood. Alright, let's slappa the wood inside. Slappa the wood. Slappa the wood. This is gonna be a process. Bam. Bam. Alright, so door. We can go inside. Oh, it flips up. Alright, that's acceptable. I'm assuming the chickens are going to be able to go up that little ledge. Here's hoping. Because otherwise I would need to sink that down into the ground just a little bit. As part of the build process, I would have to move the blueprint down, which means I'd have to destroy it and lose half those resources. So let's do a quick check on build and see if I have a ramp option. We do have these foundation stairs, but I don't... That's not really going to cut it. Because I think these foundation stairs have to be attached to foundations. Triangle roof probably has to snap to foundation bits. Do we have anything in here? I mean, I could put these little troughs, like right here, as little steps or whatever, because I know the chickens walk up onto those. So that's an option if I really need to. Let's see. I'm just looking for any other options for rampy bits in case this doesn't work. Wood shelf, perhaps? Nope, it's not going to snap there. This is the greenhouse pieces that I probably can't use. No, okay. So, we're just going to have to hope that the chickens can work in there. If they can't, then this middle section is kind of pointless. Because I don't really want to rebuild that. You know what, we'll leave it as is. If it doesn't work, I'll deal with it with the troughs as little steps there. It'll be fine. All right, so let's build the rest. Build the rest of the owl. trough, trough, gate, excess plank, trough, 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 trough. Okay, this is just going to be a bit of a pain because it's just, I don't want to move the vehicle. There we go. And then I gotta go get another 50 metal. And plop. And then grab this little stack. And kablam. The only problem is to get this over here. I had to rotate it so that the door was over here, but that's fine. Function over form. Alright, so the chicken coops are dead. So now I gotta get them over here. I'm gonna do the buckets of water first before I do anything else. I do have to move the chickens myself. Thankfully, there's a little bit of a workaround to make that a little bit easier. But let's take all of this food. Oops, I zigged a little too hard. All right, food, 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 food. Now buckets. Nope. If you grab it by the neck, it can't go anywhere. Alright, bucket, bucket. I'm only going to do the 2 buckets just because it's a pain in the ass. In fact, I'm going to put these over here. Now, let's go empty this thing. You need to go. You're in my way. I also need to do honey again, but that's fine. Alright, so we empty this into here. I'm glad I have a little bit of extra wood. That gives me some leeway to build some stuff without fearing the process of going outside and getting wood. Alright, metal can go over here. Bucket. Bucket. Alright, so let's get this thing turned around. It's not really an easy place to turn around in here. Okay. Chickens. No, I don't want to do that. Bunny's gonna escape. Alright. Chickens. How you guys doing? Y'all doing... Y'all doing okay. You're doing okay enough to move. Chicken. 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 You literally just pick them up and set them down. You guys doing okay up there? You're not doing okay up there. Okay. So I think we're going to leave this little section here as the rabbit hutch. I was wondering what to do with this little space here, but I think this is a nice little pen for the rabbit. I forgot to do rabbit name voting. Okay, well, I'll put a thing in Discord rather than do it at the time on Twitch to let everyone have a chance to vote on it. Because I think we've lost half of our lurkers so far, so I want people to have a chance to vote on it. But then we'll have this pen, and we'll have a sign up labeled with it, with its new name. Meh. Meh. I kind of wish I could deal with the rabbit in a different way. Actually, you know what? I can. Come here, rabbit. Come here. I need you out of the way for the moment. I need you out of the way for the moment. There. Trapped. Now I can open this up and not keep hopping between you, little baby chicken. Little baby chicken. Now I can finally get an accurate count of how many I've got. I've never been able to figure that out before. Never enough chickens. In fact, over there, I'm probably not going to have enough chickens. Because those coops are rated for 30 chickens each. But it'll be fine. Just hit a little bump and just chickens and feathers go flying everywhere. I see you there, you little escapee. I see you. I wonder if I segregated the chickens out, what would happen to them over time? Like, would they migrate from side to side, or would they keep themselves color separated? Because they've kept themselves pretty color separated so far. Not like 100%, but this coop has mostly been black chickens. This coop has mostly been white chickens. Alright, anything else? Aside from zillions of eggs and endless amounts of poop? No, okay. You can get closed. I'm gonna grab the rabbit. You can go back outside. Away with you. Alright, so how many chickens we got? How many chickens we got? We have 4 chicks currently. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 white chickens. And then we have 1, 2, sorry, I think these 2 are white roosters, which is weird, because I don't think I've seen a white rooster before. So let's go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 white chickens and 2 white roosters. I have 2 black roosters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 black chickens. So 8 versus 6, black versus white, plus even amount of chicks, black and white. And then, Jesus Christ, they all just pooped at once. My entire floor under my trailer is just full of poop. Oh, good God. Hang on. Yeah, that little noise is the rabbit. Look at that. Just poops. Just endless poops. Good to know. The chickens poop at roughly 11:30 a.m. every day. That's good to know. Okay. So, cages up. I don't necessarily care about the segregation idea, but it's kind of easier if we do it that way. Oh, chicken, get in the hole. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. This is infinitely easier to deal with than moving those damn pigs around. They are impossible. The lead, they don't like to stay on the lead. They keep getting themselves off the lead. They always run for the door, so it's impossible to lead them in and out of the building without them trying to escape. It's just awful. Alright, so I see you guys have not aimed for the food yet. Can you even get out? Is that what the problem is? Alright, so let's get a screenshot of this quick. Because I wanna figure out what's up with this. Because I thought this was going to open downward and act as a ramp. But I don't think the chickens are able to get in and out of here. They keep walking to the edge and then stopping. Yeah, can I convince you? No, they can't go in. Okay. Well, that's great to know. So this whole food trough situation is not viable. All right. So that leads me to think that I would have had to put these expensive coops down a step. So we've got the step here for me, and I guess I could leave this door open for the chickens too. But oh, I wonder. Hang on. I wonder if it's not meant to do that. Like, if this isn't meant for the chickens to be able to leave? If this is just meant as, like, an open hatch so I can easily access the eggs, and the chickens are just meant to stay in here? That would be weird, but good to know. Okay, okay. But let me continue this thought quick. So if I grab this and then there's a down and up option. So if I put this all the way down as far as it can go, there's significantly less of a lip. Well, so you're not meant to use the big food troughs. You're meant to use the little ones. Because the wording specifically says small enough for installation in chicken coops. So you're meant to do these inside. But I was hoping that I could just leave it open to the air and the chickens could wander around. Because the big chicken coop here, and in fact, I know the premium and the small coop, probably the medium coop, they all have doorways that can open up for the chickens to roam free. And I've always had to fence around them to prevent the chickens from roaming free, at least further than I wanted them to go. So I was hoping that this was the same, opening downwards, acting as a ramp. But now that I'm looking at it, I think it's meant to be chickens laying eggs in this nested area, and that's it. I open this up, get the eggs, they don't harass me. So that's going to have to be something I will ask about in the Discord. But unfortunately, that also means I don't have any more food to feed them our chickens. Food trough is empty on all of these. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Pig, don't you dare escape. Thanks, Midnight. I will do the needful. I will do the needful. All right. So let's since I'm stepping away for just a moment to fix back and stuff, we'll save. We'll go to the main menu briefly so we can, because time passes regardless, so we'll just pause for a moment here. Cheers to you, Kinder. That's that. And then we shall hydrate so as to stay hydrated while drinking. What time is it, by the way? It's moderately late-ish. I think it's time for more booze. But we will stretchy stretch first. Get some back stretching out of the way. Meh. Meh. Okay. And then I suggest you all take yourselves a little break as well. Stay hydrated, do a little stretch, get up and do a little jog around your house, whatever you gotta do. I am going to BRB. And we're back. Hello, everyone. So how are y'all doing tonight? Gila, hi. Gila, hi. Alright, so I basically need to rush to feed them our chickens. So all these eggs can lay around here, doing nothing for the moment. I need to rush to feed the chickens. And I need to rush to water the chickens. So let's do that quick. And we'll have to figure out an option. Maybe we'll try the food trough idea, see if that works. But I want to make sure that they're taken care of first, and the pigs also need to be taken care of. So I need to go get another round of food. Alright, so thankfully the chickens can drink from the buckets. Oh, we have migration of chickens. But they're falling down the ledge and then not going back up again. Okay. Not expected. So they're coming down here and they're just hanging out at the edge. More screenshot fodder. Cause yeah, they're just hanging out right at that edge, which means they're probably going to lay all their eggs at that edge, etc. But they've eaten the food. No, they haven't. They haven't eaten the food. They've drinking the water. Because that was at 14, and now it's at 10.3. But they haven't touched the food, which has been at 10 the whole time. A little bit concerning, but they don't look overly hungry, so maybe it's just not time yet. Yeah, he's going drinkies right now. Alright, let's go deal with food. Right, reload. I forgot reload drops your trailers. My bad. Alright, I've also noticed that the reload has left me with one icon instead of two, which means once you're done with the quest, the reloading does wipe out the icon. So let's go finish that as well. Why am I taking this trailer with me? I don't, well, I take it back. I do need this trailer for the food. Bonk. Oh, also, have I checked for the sales for today? I don't think I have. Wild meat, beef, cheese. Nope, okay. However, wild meat is on the menu, boys. Alright, so we'll go get... I was gonna say we're gonna go get food, but I forgot the trailer back there. So we'll make the journey up to the dude man and pick up the gun. Come back for the trailer. Hello, Mr. Man. I have killed the predators. Can I have the rifle? Thanks. Added to your character, a rifle. Wonderful. I don't know exactly how this is better, but I'll take it. Now we do have more things, but we'll come back and deal with them later. I don't have the time for that. Now to hunt the hunter. Long pig, the other white meat. Although it's not really white meat, is it? Whee! We are very much a red meat animal. Why? Why are you so slippy slidey? So let's go get food. So the concerning part is I just bought 20 food like an hour ago. And they've already eaten all of it. So I can't fathom how to keep these guys fed other than the grain silo. But the grain silo only stores 200 or 300 food, which is 20 or 30 bags of food. So if it's going to take an hour and they're going to refill that, or they're going to eat that whole thing, a whole grain silo in an hour, that's going to be rough. Alright, we'll do the 20 for now. Alright, so 20 more food. At the very least, this needs to last me the rest of our stream night. I hope. If not, it had better last at least until we get the silo in place. Man, am I glad there's no vehicle damage in this. Okay. So we can stop here. Stop here. Stop here. Okay. How you doing? How you doing, chickens? You have eaten all of the food. Okay, good. Well, let's fill it up. You'll be fine. Let's go fill some pig pig things. Okay. So that's enough to fill all the pig stuff. Go back this way. Hi. Hi. Can I convince you guys to not? I need to convince you to not. Thanks. Guys, come on. Get your big butts out of the way. I got work to do here. Alright, so food's done. Water is fine. Food's done. Water is fine. Poop is plentiful. How you doing, pigs? Y'all good? Y'all doing fine? I'm surprised. We only have one of our 3 adult females is pregnant right now. That's abnormal for pigs, especially since there's so many males around to provide. All right. So, how you chickens doing? How you chickens doing? You guys can use another one here. Top off. So they are definitely not able to move up and down. So let's test out the trough idea. I do need you guys to go away. They have laid eggs in that spot, which is exactly what I expected. You guys good? Okay. So let's lay a trough down. Let's do this, the food trough, because I think that's the one that's needed. And yeah, let's just leave it as full height. We'll do 2 per side. And see if that's enough. We'll test one side and we'll do the other side if that works. No, chicks, you can't leave. And worst case, I can use those troughs to feed them a little bit closer. I'm just really hoping to provide them a ramp they can use. Ah, that little baby chick got stuck inside. Okay. That little baby chick might die. Can I get you out of there? Ah, you little bastards. You little bastards. Oh! Hey, look at that! He popped himself out of there. That's delightful. Alright, let's see if that works. So ideally, if this works, we should see most chickens hanging out in here, coming out here to eat, and then going back in their coop when they're done. This little baby chick, I don't know if I can get him to move. Can I get you to? Can I get you to move, little dude? Because I can't interact with him. I don't want to destroy it and rebuild it. Alright, well, he may just be there permanently. We'll see. Okay, so this is what we're going to wait for. Oh, they've already laid a bunch more eggs. We have 8 eggs now. I don't have the option to kick it, unfortunately. You can't kick the live animals. You can only kick the dead ones. I'm trying to avoid this situation here. I think they're fine. I think they're surviving. And they're able to go back and eat food and stuff. But I would rather them use the coops the way they're supposed to. It is a touch silly, but it's understandable. The D&D thing is going to get ugly. Yep, it will. Yep, absolutely. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and build the other one. Because if they're going to start suing companies that have previously had a free license to do what they've been doing the entire time, and all of a sudden they're like, no, you're not allowed to do that anymore, well then there's either going to be countersuits, or there's just going to be a complete stoppage of making D&D content. Maybe they're all going to move to Pathfinder or something similar. There. Little chicks got stuck while I was building those. I mean, you already did post an article in the board game channel. Is there more article? Ooh, sudden massive FPS dip. What the hell happened there? It's been on 30 videos since then. Yeah. Yeah, apparently Wizards of the Coast is going to just cause a huge upset. No, chick, you can't leave. That was what I was concerned about, opening that door, having the animals just immediately try to run. The chicks do it. The chickens don't as much, which is weird. Whatevs. It's fine. Okay, so the next step is to build those things. I think I want to start with the water ones. 150 metal? Jesus. 125 metal? Alright. Cool. So do I want to have that canted at a slight angle, or do I want to rebuild that? It's probably going to bug me if it's at a slight angle like that. Although what I was thinking, I'm thinking that this might be the food intake, and if I have it facing this direction out here, I won't as easily be able to drive the vehicles in to dump off. So I was thinking like canting it at a 45-degree angle or out this direction. So it'd be easier to drive past. Oh, hey, that's where some of my meat went. It just spawned outside of the building. Alright, well, I have more meat to take care of. So yeah, let's replace that, reposition that. I think it'll be easier for my sanity if I did it with the angle out this way. So let's put you there. I think that'll be fine. Yeah, to me, I haven't had any emotional attachment to D&D since the Forgotten Realms days. like the original, like I guess not the original, the D&D second edition, and a little bit into third, like the second edition to third edition transfer, where they did the Time of Troubles. That was like my era. That was when I started reading novels, like any novels, like back in early high school. That was my first real foray into playing D&D. I played a lot in that era. The late game AD&D second edition to early third edition. Anything that's happened past that, the story hasn't stuck with me. The transition of all of the various realms hasn't stuck with me. There hasn't really been anything that has kept me tied to it. So when it came to Pathfinder, and my friends wanted to do Pathfinder, that was a non-issue for me. I was perfectly fine moving towards Pathfinder. And I still don't know anything about the Pathfinder world. I haven't been able to like fully grasp it or get into it, so it hasn't been an issue for me. And half the stuff we're doing is homebrew regardless. So, you know, D&D transitioning to something like Pathfinder, it's really not a big deal, because it's just another D20 system with really minor differences between them. So if you need to transition off of D&D and go to Pathfinder, there's no problem with that, really. I would go with something more generic than just D&D. Do a D20 with a 20 or a 1, depending on how good you tend to roll. You know, do something a little bit more generic and more meaningful to your gaming experience than just D&D. Because you, personally, you do way more role-playing than just D&D. You've delved into 10 times as many different systems as I've ever touched. Hell, you've delved into 10 times as many systems as I've ever heard of. So, yeah, I think you should, if you're going to still think about doing a tattoo, I think you should focus on something a little bit more broad. GURPS? I never did GURPS. I liked the concept of GURPS, but I never had a group that would play it, and I knew nothing about it to want to play it myself. I played D&D second, I played D&D third, a little bit of fourth and fifth, not much of each. I've played the West End Games D6. I played a little bit of one of the Fantasy Flight ones. I've played... what's the... I want to say it's Hero something. Or is that just the version that we played? Kind of more narrative driven, with card draws for initiative, like standard playing card draws for initiative. Never knew anything about Morkbork. I knew of it, but never knew anything about it. Alright, I think we gotta wait on the chickens to see what they do after nightfall, because I think they might not like these transitions. I may end up losing a bunch of chickens in this process, and I may have to rebuild those coops and drop them down as low as I can to see if that helps. We will see. But either way, Savage Worlds, yes, that's the one. I did some Savage Worlds. We've done 2 or 3 different campaigns in Savage Worlds. We did a superhero one, and then I think we did... I don't remember if the Mass Effect one that we did was in Savage Worlds or not. Hello, rabbit. Let me free you of this egg plague that you've got here. You're welcome. Chicken's gotten stuck on top of that. Many animals get stuck on top of that. And did I call it a chicken? Rabbit! Rabbit has gotten stuck on top of that. So this is what I was hoping that little thing would do. Come down as a ramp and just be a walkable platform. so that the animals can get in and out. But it did not, unfortunately. Okay. 35 eggs. I was going to say I don't think any of them are fertilized, then I immediately get a fertilized egg. Fertilized egg. You can go over there. I didn't see any fertilizing, but that's okay. I can be blind. That one's fertile. That one's fertile. That one's fertile. I think we're good. Alright, that rabbit is mildly obnoxious. No. Don't read the grandchild note. Fertile. Fertile. I think these two are not. Fertile? Jesus Christ. I think you're also fertile. No? Okay. No, okay. Nope, okay. Shut up, rabbit! Well, thankfully, I'm not going to be working in this building for much longer. At least not very often. I'm keeping the rabbit. But it does need to shut up. Alright, let's put the fertilized eggs over in corners. That's 4 on that side, we'll do 4 on the other side too. They definitely are not using the stairs. That's basically acting like it's blocking them in, instead of letting them use it as a ladder or whatever. So that's unfortunate. That's not how I intended that process to go. Alright. Nope, chickens. No, out. Savage Worlds Pathfinder? What are they even doing? What are they attempting to accomplish there? Are they attempting to accomplish confusion? Because it's going to accomplish confusion, at least for me. Alright, so it is sleep time. I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. I just read your fantasy list, and I have only ever heard of Morkborg and D&D 5. Oh, let me grab cooler. Cooler. I'm gonna go grab the last bits of meat from the back of the barn that skipped through. Okay, good. Anything end up out here? No. Alright, chickens. You gonna be dumb? Yep, you gonna be dumb. Alright, good, cool. Wallow pork. Speaking of wallow pork, let's go check the sale prices for today. If the sale prices are high, I'm going to need to process all of that meat as fast as possible. Alright. Please be good. Please be good. Beef meatball, chicken meatball, straight pork, and only 1.3 modifier. Fine. Be that way. I'm never gonna sell this pork sausage. It's never gonna come up again. The dice are against me. Elf, dwarf, and halfling are all classes? What were they smoking? Oops. Thank you, Kinder. I might be able to get away with doing a platform. So let's see. These aren't going to work, so I'm just going to go ahead and destroy. Bonk. And bonk. Oh, that egg got launched. That egg got freaking catapulted. Alright. Let's do the same thing over here, see if we can catapult any more. Free this baby chicken as well. Bonk. Nope, but we got a chick. We got a rooster. Alright. So I'm trying to see if we can come up with an alternative to this working. Because I would love for them to be able to roam free. I just need to figure out how to get it to work. So what if I did a wood foundation? I'm going to need to move these troughs, aren't I? Blast it. Blast it all. Because I would love to do a wood foundation. And then we would push that down as far as I can. To maybe their level would be fine. Something like that. And then either leave that wood foundation all the way across or ramp it down or something like that. But, yeah. Alright, let me do a quick look quick. Let me do a quickie looky quick. Quickie looky quick. I need my screenshots. I don't have my screenshots. Manage screenshots. Okay. Alright, so I'm just quick reporting this issue and see if there's an answer to it. Because I really want an answer to this problem. Which coop is this again? This is the expensive premium ultra deluxe coop of doom. Expensive coop, there we go. What am I hearing? What? This is Insecto Symphonia again, you weirdos. Why you guys gotta do weird sound effects? Enough with the weird sound effects, you weirdos. Alright, so I've got the question out to their Discord to see what they've got to say about that. In the meantime, so the only alternatives that I've got to that then are attempt to lower the coop. So I would need to move all the chickens onto one side or the other, and then demolish, lose half the resources, and then attempt to lower the coop to its lowest setting, which is only like half that leg height. So there still would be a pretty significant lip, and I don't know if that's going to be enough. Or switch to probably the big chicken coop, which is pretty darn small overall, comparatively at least. But this space here is a wide open fence that can be opened up. So I can put this in the place of that, and then just narrow in the fences a little bit if needed. And then I would have these drawers where I can pull out and get the eggs. So that's another option. Or I could try the medium coops, or I could try the premium. The premium has a similar thing. It's got this stairway to walk up into it, and then down here, these two doors open up wide, so that this would be able to fit roughly where that gate is. It might even fit perfectly, honestly. Who knows? The chickens will be able to come and go. The only problem is this coop is really cramped, so you have to crouch to climb under to clean up and pick up eggs, and then you have to go up the stairs and crouch through those little doors to pick up eggs inside. It's just not very easy to manage. This one's easier to manage because of the drawers where the chickens lay the eggs. So we might have to try a couple things if these expensive coops aren't going to do it. And unfortunately, those materials will be lost. So I'm going to try to get an answer to this first. So we're just going to leave the chickens as is. It'll be fine, probably, maybe. Let's see if any of these are starving inside or whatever. They're not starving. I mean, they're getting food somehow. Here, you guys, away. Away from the door. Are they eating? They're not eating. At least not consistently. They're certainly not drinking. Because the alternative would be I could put these feeders directly adjacent outside here and just leave them in the coop. They can't go anywhere. They won't move. The feeders will be there, and then this middle space will be worthless, basically. So I have options to salvage this situation without losing those coops. Just a little bit of a shame that they can't walk around and be free. Alright, so I had mentioned building a pallet for my building materials. So let's attempt to do that, get something done there. Because I've got these storage things. And I think 2's fine. I'm only storing the plank or the logs because I didn't want to chop them up at the time, but both of these can be for planks, no problem. So here we can have a little let's see the difference between the greenhouse wood foundation and the house wood foundation. They are the exact same wood foundation. Perfect. Good. So that answers that question. Is there anything else that works as a pallet? We've got the triangle, but I don't think the triangle is quite what we want for a pallet. Wood floor can't snap without a foundation. We got table, but it's so tiny. We don't really have a good pallet option. We have shelving, but that's not really big enough for these materials. It'll be big enough for the wood, I think, but it's not big enough for the concrete. So I don't think that's an option. And there isn't really much else for pallet. An alternative would be either keep it where it's at, like so, or I could stack it up against one of these things where it already looks like industrial. So I could stack it up on top of here, for example. And that might be a neat option. In fact, it's right across the way, so that's actually not bad. Let's see how that looks with a couple of these. And actually, this would be better in the back if we're going to do it this way. That'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, let's commit to that for now because we got the space for it. And I like this better than stacking them on the floor, on the grass over here. I could use the garage and store it in the garage, but I want that as my meat processing. So that can go over here. And the metal can go on the other one. There. That'll do. Alright. So, I need more food already. So let's go build this. I need 125 metal and 50 concrete. 50 concrete I already have. That's no problem. I only have 50 and change metal, so I need to go get some. So 1 bag of concrete, and then I need 125 metal. So let's go get more metal. Oh, I have 2 food. Okay. Is there anything else I need to get while I'm out? I think the answer is lots of food and then a little bit of metal. I'll see how much the metal is and maybe we'll buy the 150 for this as well. So let's start there. 225. Because I already have 50 metal. So 225 metal is what I'm looking to buy. Let's see if I can afford that. Hopefully I can afford that. Hopefully I can afford that and enough change for food as well. Because once I fill that thing out, or once I build that thing, I will no longer need to go the right direction. Hey, let's go the right direction. I will no longer need to go get bags of food. I can just fill up the doodad. And then I'll be fine. And it will just autofill the troughs. That will save me some sanity of having to go buy 20 and 30 bags at a time every hour. So by the way, that food did not last an hour. God damn it. Oh, this trailer is the worst. It's great storage-wise, but it is awful driving-wise. I can't even justify driving it into there. I can barely drive it out of there. So we're just going to have to do this the hard way. Oh, I could have gone in the front door. Yeah, well, it's fine. Alright, so how much is metal? I need 225. So if I went bare minimum, I already have like 13 at home or something like that. So that's bare minimum, 2200. So let's go bare minimum for the moment. I already have the concrete. I'm not going to deal with glass at the moment. Anything else I need while I'm here? Not really. So this is the other stuff I want to get into. Farming. We have farming. I would love to be able to do farming. But there's a bit of a buy-in on that. It's actually not that bad of a buy-in. I just don't know what the price of the vehicles are, the tractor and the harvester. So that will be the bigger buy-in, I think. So overall, we need, if we're going to buy all of it, 600 for the headers, 800 for the cultivator and seeder, another 1,000 for the fertilizer. So that's numbers. That's numbers. Numbers are good. So like 2,000 or 3,000 for all this stuff, plus whatever it costs for the tractor and whatnot. So it's a little bit of a buy-in. Okay, so metal. We'll just do it this way. It'll be fine. It's fine, trailer. Chill, chill. Chill, trailer, chill. Chill, trailer, chill. God, the slightest change in your rotation is enough to freak this thing out. Come on, bud. You can do it. I got it a little stuck. Okay, let's unstick. There we go. I got it wedged in just the wrong spot. Alright, I'm gonna double check the working range on these guys. So working range here really goes out to the edge, so it should be fine. And then for the piggies, it's more than fine, the whole space. In fact, it's all the way out to here, so we could still build out further out this way if we need to. So that's fine. And then the other one does not quite go as far to the inside of this coop. So if I needed to build food storage in here, it wouldn't reach. So I need to stick with the idea of this, or I need to move that darn thing. And then of course it's more than enough for the whole barn. So my option is leave it where it is and hope that we can figure out this problem, or move it ever so slightly that direction. Let's leave it. I'm good with where it is. Metal and concrete. Metal and concrete. Okay, let's unclick that. There we go. No more green. Alright, metal. We're committing. We're committing. Metal. Metal. Bunk. And then metal. Here's where we find out how math I fail. 'Cause I fail math. Nope. Well, yeah, that one, but this one. Howdy, MDG. How you doing? I appreciate you stopping by after 4 years. Okay, let's close that before it causes a problem for myself. Alright, so tree. Metal. Windmill. Might cut down that tree just because it's blocking my view. And then I need 50 concrete. How long was my hair 4 years ago? Honestly, about the same. my hair has kind of stagnated at my waist. Alright. So, 200 food for 200 bucks. That's actually cheaper. That's significantly cheaper. Because 200 food is 20 bags. It's 10 food per bag. And when I go buy 10 bags, it's 300 bucks. And I usually have to buy 2 to 3 rounds of that. So, 600 bucks to buy 200 food, or 200 bucks to buy 200 food. I like it. I'll take it. I didn't realize that was going to be that much of a savings, or I would have done that a long time ago. Because that was definitely worth it. Alright, so that's empty. Chickens are chickening, it's fine. As soon as these food troughs empty, they are eating from the food troughs, so they're not like dying. I don't know if they're drinking from the water. I think they are. So I think we're okay, chicken-wise. I think we're okay. Let me go to the white chicken side and make sure that they're not dying or anything. You guys have all your bars seem fine. You're a little bit hungry, but you seem to be capable of fixing yourself soon enough here. (2018 or 2019? Yeah, I mean, damn. That's quite the return you've got there. Well, welcome back. Alright, let's slap that bucket down. I'm gonna grab this bucket because it's not doing anything useful right now. Chicken. Off the bucket. No. No escape. No. Stop it. Stop it. Chicken. Chicken. Son of a... Chicken. Stop it. You little bastards. Get back in there. Alright. The great chicken escape was thwarted. Oh, okay. So that was at 2. And they must have eaten the last 2 out of there, and now it's at 18. So it did get refilled. Good. And then if we look over here, we should see that there's some missing. Oh, wow. Ah. Whew. Alright. E to fill all troughs. Do it. Well, that didn't work. Do it. Do it. That doesn't work at all. Alright. I'm concerned that doesn't work. Let's check the pigs, though, and make sure the pigs got filled. 11, 10, 13, 19. Okay, well, I'm not entirely sure that that's working as intended. It did consume some of the food, though, so they went somewhere. I don't know where it went, but it went somewhere. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It'll probably be fine. If I go on like a long vacation or a long trip and I come back and all of my animals are dead, well, then I'll know that that didn't work very well. Now you have a fill all bowls option. Let's see if we can get a handle on how many waters are left in each bowl. So we got We got 9.5 over here. We got 10, 6, 8, 8. Okay. I just need to see if the numbers have changed. Get out of my way. Get out. Get. Pig. You bad bastard. Get out of my way. Alright, so we fill with water. Bonk. This one was 9.5. It is now 20, or 21, so good. If all the other ones are at 21, then that one at least works as intended. 21, 20 something, 20 something, 20 something. Perfect. So that one works. So why doesn't the food one work? Fill all bowls. Doesn't do anything. Okay. I will have to report that one, because that doesn't work. Speaking of reporting, nope, no answers. Okay. Bug report. What are we officially calling this thing so I can get it right? We are calling this thing the granary. Okay, that's been reported. Alright, so I think we're at a spot where the chickens are happy and healthy-ish. The pigs are happy and healthy-ish. I don't have a sale for the day, so let's take a moment, a very long moment, and deal with the meat situation. Because I have a bit of a meat situation. Actually, yeah, we need to take care of the meat situation. The bees can continue being. All right, so we need all the eggs I can manage. I'm gonna need more baskets too. I didn't realize my egg problem had exploded that quickly. That was the problem with having all of the chickens in those 2 little bitty coops, is that I didn't have visibility to how many I had. There was just chicken. Like there was like 7 chickens melded into one space. I had no idea how many chickens I had. And then all of a sudden I was getting 40 plus eggs per collection. It was crazy. Don't worry, all men have a meat problem from time to time. I appreciate your understanding. Alright, so let's do meat. Do meat. Let's make sure these bowls are all attached the way they should be. And meat. Meat's gonna happen. I'm gonna try my damnedest not to make any accidental meatballs. I almost did it. the accidental meatballs is, it's a very fine line between E and click for all of the actions. Click is pick up, and E is interact. So click, interact. The problem comes when you are interacting to pick up. And that's where it gets really confusing really quickly. So E to pick up, E to interact. E to pick up, E to interact. So you start getting into a habit of E instead of click, and then you hit E and it picks up a meatball out of the pot instead of picking up the pot. And then you end up with a meatball instead of a sausage, and you've just wasted half the money because the sausages are worth like twice as much. So it's an obnoxious thing when it happens. Pick up, place, pick up, place. Then we hang up our sausages and dry them all up into salami. So this is the meat process. I won't make you guys sit through this whole thing because it's a bit of a chore. So what do you guys think we should do next? Should we continue working on making the chickens and pigs as happy and healthy as possible? I just did an accidental meatball. Damn it. Or should we delve into a new animal type, where I will most likely need to figure out how to house and cage that said animal? Alright, I think we'll stop after this round. Because that's about 2.5 coolers worth that we took care of. I will do one more batch to make it even 6 to fill up another one of these things. Yeah, you do, because you're just working yourself up into a tizzy, getting yourself all worked up when we don't even know the implications yet. Just let it be. We don't know the full ramifications of the situation. We don't know any legal proceedings that are going to come out of it. We don't know, you know, how gross the aggression is going to be against the companies that have previously made D&D content. We just don't know. We just gotta let it be. So much poops. That's another fair question. Will it affect people who stream D&D? Because there's a lot of it. Will it affect the Critical Role group, who make significant amounts of money and fame off of D&D? Will it affect small-time streamers who are streaming the content? Don't know. I think it's focused more on bookmakers who are taking the open license and making 5th edition compatible components. But theoretically, I mean, they are attempting to make money off of anyone who is profiting off of D&D. So theoretically, streamers, YouTubers, that kind of thing, would potentially get bonked for it. Wizard wants 25% off the top if you're making more than 750,000. Damn. That is a rich ask. Because it's essentially not their content. It's the license, but it's a bitch basic D20 system, as far as I'm concerned. Anyone can make a bitch basic D20 system. Anyone has. That's what Pathfinder is. D&D doesn't provide anything special other than the flavor content. Like, that's it. The world, the narrative content that they have created, that's worth their license. That's worth the license. The system itself, it's nothing special. It's been done and redone in various formats for decades. So if they're going to make a big deal out of this, people are going to switch to Pathfinder. People are going to homebrew their own system. People are going to make a new D20 but not D20, which is what Pathfinder did. So, you know. But Pathfinder can't use the license, because Pathfinder was migrated into its own unique object. It is no longer based off of D&D. That was the intention of Pathfinder. How can they still be using the license? Because Pathfinder is a migration off of the 3.5 system, because no one was happy with 4.0. So they made Pathfinder specifically to kind of carry on the legacy of 3.5. So unless that's somehow covered under the license, which I can't imagine it would be, because it's an old defunct system that they're not using anymore. I'm debating on collecting all those eggs, but I don't want to at the moment. There's so many eggs. Oh my god, there's so many eggs. And there's so many poops. Oh, that one did get refilled as soon as it emptied. Good. Good. Yeah, but doesn't Paizo produce other D20 open license products? Like, not strictly Pathfinder. Pathfinder is its own system. But they do also produce other D&D compatible options. So I think that's where Paizo is listed, because they do have standard 5th edition compatible D20 components. Alright, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna collect all the eggs. I don't necessarily want to inspect all of the eggs. I think we're just gonna use them for food. So let's just go. Oh, these two didn't even hatch. Okay, that's fine. We'll leave them in there. I'm not going to pick up the poops just yet because these little bastards won't stop pooping. It's just too much effort. Oh, and these two didn't hatch either. That one might have been a fertilized. Yeah, that was a fertilized. It's fine. I'll keep it. Because I don't want to pull it out of there. Okay. Got all the eggs. We're gonna eat that fertilized one. Just adds a little bit extra crunch. You can't copyright strength. But I mean, yes, if their license specifically covers that specific combination of stats, then that might be an issue. But you can't copyright hit points. You can't copyright experience points. Every game in the known universe uses those things. It is impossible for them to copyright that, and they could be fought tooth and nail in lawsuits if they attempt to push this. So I'm not worried about it. And you shouldn't be worried about it either. You should stop, first off. Chill. Stop aggravating over it, because you're just making yourself worried. And let the lawsuits land where they may. Let it happen. Let it be. If it all shakes out that no one has any rights anymore, then everyone's going to walk away from it. Everyone's going to be too pissed to continue, and they're going to walk away from it like every other time this has happened. And, you know, there will be some D&D diehards that stick around with it, and there will be a whole contingent of other people who walk away and make their own system and push it as successfully as Pathfinder had managed to usurp D&D. It's not going to be 100% successful usurpation, but it's going to be a decent market share cut that they will lose because they decide to fuck around, and then they will find out. That's all there is to it. You just gotta let the chips fall and see what happens. You can't agonize over it. It's just not. It's not something that we have any control over. You can write a strongly worded letter to them, and they're gonna be like, "But money," and they're not gonna give a damn. So, just let it be. Make a system using D5. No, D5. You said it first. We got to do D5. Everything's got to be really painful to calculate. Fractions of 5. Although multiples of 5 will be easy as pie to calculate, the fractions of 5 will not be. I mean, all die rolls will have a 20% chance to have something happen, which is calculable enough, I suppose, but it's going to be still a trick to get used to. You said D5 first, you gotta stick with it. Hey, rabbit, can I doink? Let you run around for you a little bit? I love their weather system, though. Their weather system's great. The nice water effects on the screen, the lightning effects are fantastic. Sound, fog, just overall fantastic, like, storm system. I would say that's accurate to a point, kind of. D20s are gatekeeping. You can love them, but most people outside the hobby don't have them. That's fair. However, anyone outside the hobby wishing to get in will either pick up a set for $7, or they will have a friend more than willing to lend or give them a set of dice just for the sake of getting them into the hobby. Very few nerds, very few D&D nerds will begrudge someone borrowing their dice to let them join their favorite game. They would much rather have their friend join their favorite game. There is no gatekeeping in D&D. The only gatekeeping I will say about D&D is the sheer knowledge required to truly get into D&D. And as an example of that, I had a friend, we our gaming group, he brought his girlfriend to several sessions. And not to be mean, she wasn't the brightest bulb. She was enthusiastic, and I'll give her that, and she wanted to learn, but she really had a hard time getting into the rule set and understanding what to do, to the point where she got frustrated and started giving up because she felt like she wasn't able to participate to the level that she wanted to. And I think that's where the greatest gatekeeping of D&D is, or role-playing in general, because when there are zillions of books and zillions of rules, it becomes nearly impossible for a new person to get into it without a significant investment of time and brain power. That's the gatekeeping in my mind. Yeah, the books are expensive as fuck, but as I said, just like dice, anyone wanting to get you into the game is going to lend you their stuff. I don't own a player's manual for Pathfinder. I've never felt the need to, because we have 6 at our gaming table, and they get passed around like candy. No one wants to gatekeep the materials if they have the materials. So that, to me, is not a gatekeeping mechanic. The gatekeeping is purely mental, because there's so damn much to that set of games. Pathfinder, D&D, all of them, they have significant amount of knowledge, and a lot of that ends up being almost tribal knowledge because only one person ends up knowing the rules well enough to be able to handle it. So you got one person telling everyone how the game's working because not everyone can remember all the rules. And that's mitigated to a point with the DM being able to handle passing around a lot of the rules and stuff, but still, it's a chore to learn how to play that game accurately enough to feel like you're participating. Sorry, I went off on a rant there. Pardon me. Alright, we are on a new day. We're gonna try again. We're gonna try again to see if we get a sale. And that's the other thing, kinder, is Wizards of the Coast is the one making those books $50 a pop. They're the ones gatekeeping. All of the other third-party content is half that price or less. Unless it's like a really high-quality hardbound, they're half that price. And even their high-quality hardbounds are cheaper than Wizards of the Coast. Wizards of the Coast are the ones gatekeeping, especially with this license bullshit. So that's why I would be more than happy to jump off and go to a different system. Pork. Pork is not pork sausage. That is not going to give me my sale bonus. I'm still at 11,940. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I want pork sausage on the list. Gimme. Right, Lizzie? It's a lot. I mean, I've been playing D&D since I was 15. Some form of D&D since I was 15. And I still don't know it all. I still can't understand all the various rules. I'm still pulling a book to look up stuff. Because there's just too damn much. And unless you are the type of person to, memorize the fucking dictionary, you're gonna need the books to reference to get all the rules. That's just all there is to it. Or you're going to play with that kind of group that home rules everything because no one can be bothered to look up the rules. Everyone will play by what they can remember and what feels fun. Those type of groups can be fairly amusing because you don't have the rules gatekeepers, you don't have the rules lawyers, you don't have the people who are trying to tell everyone how to play the game, and those can definitely be fun depending on what type of group you got. I haven't. I think I did play Pathfinder 2E. It was either Pathfinder 2 or it was Starfinder. I don't recall which we did a brief stint in, but I remember that we didn't like it as a group for some reason. But I don't remember the details. But that's a challenge with building new systems, is that not everyone's going to like it, and some people are really going to be stuck on their old preferences. But I truly, truly believe that if Wizards of the Coast is going to continue pushing this system and continue trying to force people to pay extreme amounts of money to use their license, people are going to walk away in some form or another. They're either going to stop playing entirely, or they're going to move to a new system, or they're going to make their own damn system. Like, they're going to move to something like Savage Worlds, or they're going to move to GURPS, or they're going to, move to any of the other zillions of systems available. Or there will be some initiative to build an entirely new system that is not reliant on Wizards of the Coast in any way, and they're going to get a decent, if not perfect, amount of following to play this new system and to build upon it. And to hell with Wizards of the Coast. They have been the standard evil, grand, monetizing evil corporation for a very long time now. And they keep alienating their fans, and they keep doing it over and over and over again, and it's getting to the point where only the most diehard fans are still backing them. Or those who are ignorant, willfully or otherwise, of their shady practices. So, the kids who just like playing Magic, or the ones who are addicted, literally addicted to Magic and can't stop playing it. Those are the kind of people who are still backing Wizards of the Coast. Everyone else is going to see the bullshit they're pulling and are going to walk away. That's all there is to it. So either Wizards of the Coast is going to change their way, or they're going to lose a whole bunch of people. That's it. Those are the two options. Oh, that's rough, Lizzie. I hate when that happens. You're really only playing just to appease everyone else. I walked away from a couple groups like that, and it wasn't that I wasn't really having fun or I didn't like the people. It was just there was nothing there for me. So I don't know. I keep going off of rants. I'm sorry. The more alcohol I have in me, the more I rant. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't hate me. Alright. So, it's late. I mean, it's 1. I can keep playing. I can certainly keep playing. I'm not feeling the end here. But I want to have a goal. I'm currently just kind of walking around back and forth doing nothing. So, we can finish the meat, but it's a lot of back and forth. So, I will end up ranting, I promise. Or we can attempt to get into one of the other animal types. There's goats, which can... you don't mind the rants? Good. I appreciate. Goats, which can do goat milk and cheese, so that'll get us into a new product. Or we can do cows, either beef cows or milk cows. So if we want to get into milk and cheese, we have goats or cows as an option. Or we can get into more meat and get into cow meat. And then we can at least have a variety of meat products to sell. I don't know if I have the capital at the moment to get into too much else. I mean, if you didn't bring up stuff for me to rant about, I might find something else to rant about. We'll see how it goes. There is a sweet spot with my alcohol consumption, though, where my rants are very coherent, yet inescapable. You can't get away from the rants because they're just going to come out. But with enough alcohol, they start becoming less coherent and a little bit more slurry. Oh, you know what? I haven't seen Scrubs. I've seen little clips here and there that have made their rounds on the internet, but I haven't watched it, and I've always wanted to, because I've liked it. I've liked the characters from what I've seen of them in clips, but I've never seen it. Scrubs watch party. I don't know if I'm legally allowed to watch that in a party format. Where is it available, by the way? Where is it available currently to watch? Is it? I'm pretty sure it's not Netflix. Is it a Hulu? Is it an Amazon? It's a Hulu. Okay. See, that's one of my. I'm not gonna rant about this, but I don't handle all of the zillions of streaming services very well, so I don't have any of them. The only ones I have are Netflix, which I've had since it was like $7, and it is now like $27. And I have Amazon only because I pay yearly for Prime because I buy a lot and I want free shipping. So I happen to have Prime Video to go along with it. I can't. I don't know how anyone can afford signing up for all of the various streaming services. There's just so many of them. Yeah, I use Amazon Prime a lot. I make up for my yearly membership just in shipping alone. So everything else is a bonus. Netflix, I'm trying to finish off a couple shows that I really like, and I'm actually considering canceling because they're getting worse. Not only are they getting more expensive, but they're losing a lot of good IPs, and they are actually really still making a lot of really good shows. And that's the only thing keeping me going right now. They just recently released Wednesday. They've got a new like prequel to Witcher that just came out. Wednesday just got renewed for a second season. Wonderful, because that was a fantastic show. I liked it. Minor crush, but don't worry about it. I really enjoyed a lot of the characters on that show. I like the twists and turns. I like the flavor of it. I do not like Luis Guzman. Not a fan. But thankfully he's a very minor character, so it's fine. But yeah, I like a lot of their homebrewed shows and movies. But they've been really losing a lot of IPs to all of these other streaming services. So they're starting to lose their flavor. You have Netflix through your cell phone carrier. Interesting. I didn't even consider that was an option. What am I doing? I never decided on what I'm doing. Okay, we're going to do bees right now since I'm not doing anything else. Because I need some income. I never decided on what I'm doing next. So, let's put it to a quick vote here. What do you guys want? Do you want more chickens and more pigs? I can make that happen. Do you want beef cows, dairy cows, or do we want to go with goats? Because I'm pretty sure... Oh, or horses. Horses are the other option. Specifically riding and training horses. Not eating horses. And not milking horses. Definitely not milking horses. Also, don't drink the bull milk. Just general PSA for y'all. Don't drink the bull milk. Unless you're into that sort of thing. Then, by all means, drink the bull milk. Looks like we have a unanimous goats. Alright. Goats it is. I do need to figure out where I'm going to house my goats. I could jam them in there with the pigs. I could make a new barn. We do have a lot of different opinions. We might need a new survey. Just gotta make sure all those votes count. And I know Sparkle votes goats as well. She kind of hinted earlier when I was streaming in Discord, so I know what her vote is as well. And Valuna wants goats too. I decided that we're going to name the rabbit in Discord because I can't be bothered to create a survey right now. I don't have the wherewithal to create a survey right now. I'd love to find more bees, but that's just an obnoxious chore, hunting around the map trying to find bees. So I'll do that in my own time. Oh, no, we're sticking with goats. We're sticking with goats. I was going to say we do have two other options. We have greenhouse, build greenhouse and fill it with greenhouse things. Or we have farming, do farming things. But I feel like everyone screamed goats as fast as possible, so I feel like that might be the right answer. Greenhouse is a grind. Good to know. Could name the rabbit Rabbit and be fine with it. Green goats, green goats. I could have the goats wander around inside of the greenhouse. Just having them make sure to keep the weeds in check. Is greenhouse a grind just because of the amount of materials, Valuna? Because I know that there's like glass, metal, etc. Is it just that, or is it a grind in the actual plant growth? Because I really want to do a greenhouse. I actually I want to make a really neat greenhouse, and I want to put my bees inside of it, like acting like the bees are pollinating all of my plants and whatnot. Materials, okay. Major's a bit big. I mean, the whatchamacallit, the foundation, it's really big. It's a surprisingly big foundation. So I could see accidentally going a little bit too big there. Alright, so let's go check on goats. Before I go check on goats, we need to figure out where to put the goats. I could definitely put the goats in the pig pen. But there's kind of a couple pigs in here. And I'm not entirely sure that that's the right answer. So many fucking pigs. Oh god. How many pigs do I have? I have 5, 10, 15, 20. I have 20 pigs. I have 20 pigs right now. And that's if I even counted correctly and didn't miss a couple. And let's do a quick survey. Pregnant. Let me out. Let me out. So we got 1 pregnant. 2 pregnant. 3 pregnant. 4 pregnant. We have 20 pigs and 4 of them are pregnant. Looks like we got a culling coming soon here. I haven't even finished the last great die-off. I have to deal with all the pig meat. Oh god. I might have to start selling all of the pig meat, regardless of sale or not, because I don't have any room for it all. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, there really should be a stat screen, because that would be handy. Like I don't know how many chickens I have either. Let's do it. Let's do a little bit a mini chicken count. So we've got back here. We got the one of them. We've got 5, 10. I lost count. They keep moving. 5, 10, 15. We have 16 black chickens. And we have 5, 10, only 12. 12 white chickens. But that means we have 28 chickens. It's a decent amount of chickens. Alright, so now that the chickens have been identified, I'm going to... I think I need to empty this, unfortunately. So let's just empty it into here. See, I'm all prepared to find more bees, but I haven't found more bees yet. I did really good when I was playing with Sparkle in Discord. I found... I think I found like 7 bees in one session. Either that or I found a handful just before she joined and I found like 3 more. But I found a bunch. And I'm trying to finish off at least that last hive. And I haven't found any since. Granted, it's been several days. We could go on a bee hunt. But I'm going to go check out the goats quick. That is not goats. That is tree. Let's go check out goats. Also, I'm going to double check for my own sanity. I'm pretty sure I checked today. I'm pretty sure it was not a pork sausage day. It was the basic pork day. Yes, door open means I've checked it. Yes. Alright, animals. General store. We are going to have a color selection of goats. So be prepared to vote on color of goats. Purple. Purple goats. Got it. Purple goats. 2 votes for purple. Got it. Alright, so it's $350 for a male and $500 for a female. So a breeding pair is $850. I can afford that. That's great. And we have white or brown. White or yellowish, orangish, brownish, whatever. I think I'm partial to the white goats myself, so that gets my vote. What do you guys think? We'll put them both up. Lizzie says white. Anyone else with a vote on the goat? A goat vote, if it will? I also don't have all the colors of chickens. I went black and white. I did not go with the brown chickens. I could introduce some variety, but not right now. Midnight says white as well. If we had black goats, I probably would go for black goats. But yeah, white or black, or white or brown. It's a shame we don't have different breeds as well. Because chickens are fine. Chickens are chickens. You know, you got some minor variations across the breeds. You got the big, like, fluffy-footed chickens. You got the silkies, those kind of things. But there's a lot of different variety of cows. Apparently we've got the Texas Longhorns or something like that. And then we've got the dairy cows. There's a lot of different color variations on pigs. Don't say that to chicken people. I have not picked the brown chickens. And then with goats, there's several different breeds of goats that we just don't have in here. I like the big fat butted goats. I'm amused by them. So we got 2 votes for white. Anyone else have a vote to throw in there? 3 votes for white if we're counting mine. I know my vote doesn't usually count, but you know, what else? All right, we are ending the vote in a handful of seconds here. Throw your votes out if you have a say in the matter. I'm pretty sure we have to buy goat mold. I don't think we have blue goat mold, so we'll have to stick with white mold for the cheese when that comes. So if we want to go into the blue mold, which I think is the more profitable, we would need to get cows, which is fine. So that can be later. We'll buy the mold whenever we need to process the thing. I don't know how the milk is collected. I think it's just buckets, so I may end up needing to do a zillion buckets. But we'll get there when we get there. I gotta wait for my goat to be milkable first. We do have milk cans. That's a thing. Alright, white it is. We will do goat, and we will do a milk can. Milking machine will come later. I'm going to stay as cheap as I can here. So I think we're good. And I have 2 buckets. We'll deal with that for the moment unless that becomes a problem. Bucket and a mini game. Ooh. The can might only be usable with the machine. Okay, we'll see. We may be able to bucket into the milk can so that I can reuse my buckets. That would be great. If not, if the bucket needs to go straight into the pan to cook, that's fine too. Oh, speaking of which, I think I need... It's not even in this list. It's in the hardware store, I think. I was thinking I might need another burner, but I've got 3 burners so far. I've got 2 on the stove and then 1 spare burner, the camping burner. So, goat milk can. Check out. I've got all the food I could need. I just need to build another trough within range. So what I think I'll do for now is maybe build a little goat pen outside of the barn within range of the trough. Goat, come here. Goat, come here. I love you, goat, but get in the car. They go sideways. Other goat. Hey. Other goat? Hello? Other goat, come back here. Don't escape me. I need you. I need you in my life. You are my goat. Get... Nope. It's a little bit awkward, but you know, whatevs. You leave me room for my milk can, so appreciate your consideration. That's bigger than I thought it would be. Right then. That's as tall as a goat. Alright, away we go. We have goat. Goat has begun. Thankfully, they don't care if I crash. This truck is really fast, but it's also really slippery. It's very prone to spinning out and sliding and slipping. Bonk. All right, so we have several things to find out. Bonk. We have to find out where we're gonna put the goats. So I think for right now, I'm gonna put them either in a pen in the back here or off to the side. Or we're going to throw them in with the cow, or the pigs, and just be done with it. Or we can put them out here for now. I don't know if they're going to be able to reach the food from out here. Let's find out. Also, I still have these, so I can put these out. Here, let's just do this for now. Because I don't actually have a need for these bags anymore. Because I have the thing. Speaking of the thing, let's refill. There we go. Alright, let's get the goats in this front area, and this will be my very temporary until we figure out what we want to do with them. Goat? Where are you going, goat? Why are you running away? No running away. Come here. Why are we sound effecting? What's going on with the sound effects? Goat, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm gonna stop you. Here, you get your... The goats. The goats. I know, right? The ominous, creepy sound effects. Oh man, this is Insectosymphonia again. Okay, so I'm finding out I don't like Insectosymphonia. They have some decent music, but in between their stints of decent music, they have random ass creepy sound effects. And it's weird. So we're gonna turn on, you know what? We're gonna not do chill anymore. We're gonna do broader. Surprise me. Give me different music. Sure. This is actually very chill anyway, so it's perfect. Right? It sounded kind of like a butcher shop. Like, a little bit weird. Alright, goat. Get in here. Also, how you doing, Ace? I know you've probably been in and out tonight, but how you doing, Ace? Also, cheers with what's left of my thing. Goats, why are you doing that? Where you going? Where are you going? Stop. Stop. No, but no. Nope. Stop it. I'm trying to manage my goats. They are definitely trying to be free range goats. Alright. Since they are desperate to get out, we're gonna plop this right outside. We're gonna grab my bucket. I doubt my female's ready to milk, but you never know. She's not looking ripe for milking, so we're gonna plop that right there. We're gonna plop that right there. Just finished work. Nice. Did I stream for the entirety of your work? Is that how long I've been streaming? My stream only says 5 hours. It's only been 5 hours. Alright, so I don't know exactly when goats are going to do goat things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to speed up time. We're going to speed up time and make it so that day happens faster. Because I want my goats to do stuff. Meanwhile, I want to look into greenhouse. We're not going to do greenhouse yet, but I want to see what options are. So we got the wood foundation. And we got the greenhouse wall, door frame, door. We've got triangle-y bits for various roof angles. These are going to be for, what, 30-ish, 45-degree angles. These are going to be for the end caps. So I think we only have one roof angle, which is fine. And then we've got the roof top for if we do, depending on how wide your roof is. And then we've got small crop plots and large crop plots. So smalls, yay big. Yay big. And then large crop plots are yay big. Okay. So these are roughly the size of the Icarus crop plots, which is fine. It's acceptable. I don't know what goes in them. I honestly have no idea what actually goes in the greenhouse. But in terms of decorative options, we don't have much. We have cactus, we have heartleaf, and we have philodendron. And then we have some, various pictures and whatnot. So, Christmas tree. In terms of decorations, we don't have terribly much to work with, so the greenhouse needs to be either very full of the crop plots, which we can do, or we need to make it fairly small. So we could start off small, but I'm kind of planning on using this space. So let's drop it down to there. Do we want to raise it up? I'm just thinking ahead. Let's keep it tall. Let's do 5 by 3 perhaps. Oops, I screwed it up. I think 5 by 3 is probably even too big. They have been giving me a hard time, so yes, they are already being goats. So 5 by 3 is already pretty big. But at the same time, it's not terribly big, it's relatively small. So let's do just a quick assessment of how many crop plots could go in here. So if we wanted to make it not crowded, we could do 2 crop plots per thing. This is not easy to place because it counts me as an interruption. So let's do 1, 2, 1, 2. So basically 2 per platform. You did 4 by 3 and are only using 1 foundation so far. See, I was thinking don't crowd them. I was thinking keep it spaced, keep it visually separate. But I guess, Valuna, you can tell me, perhaps, how much visual space within a crop plot do the crops take up? Because I can certainly crowd them. I could make it as dense as friggin' possible. But if the crop plots themselves offer enough visual density, then I'm okay spacing them out. They take up barely anything? Oh no. You know what? I know for a fact that you don't need a greenhouse for the crop plots. So what we're gonna do, since we're in the mood of experimentation and testing things, we're gonna go wait until tomorrow because the day is already over. We're gonna build crop plots over here by the bees, and we're going to give the bees some crops to play with and see what it looks like. And then we'll be accomplishing 2 things. We'll be feeding the bees, and we'll be testing the crop plots and see what they look like so that I have an idea of what to do with my greenhouse. Because that will help me visually to figure out how dense I need the greenhouse to be. If I need the greenhouse to be on top of each other to be functional, great, I'll do it. If I can space them out a little bit better and add some more decorative flair inside, great, I'll do that. We'll see. They look fairly empty when planted. Okay. Give. So it's one plant per square space, basically, is what I'm hearing. That's cool. That's not cool, but that's cool. That's cool. We'll figure it out. Day is almost over. We're gonna wait till sleeps, and then we're gonna go. Now might be a fantastic time for me to get more drinkies. So, BRB. Alright, I'm back. I come back and it's friggin' pitch black. I can't see a damn thing. It's fine. We have light. Alright, so we sleepies, and then we figure out what we're doing next. I don't know how long it takes for the goats to be ready to milk. I don't know if this is a daily thing, or if it only happens while they're pregnant, which is possible, or after they've had a kid. Like, you're pregnant now. You are fat with child. But are you milkable? Also, please don't die. I'm probably gonna have to build a small trough for these guys just to make sure that they don't die. So let's build a small trough. It'll be small, it'll be cheap, it'll be fine. Small trough there. And small trough there. I just need a little bit of plank for each. I just don't want my goats to die. I need them to continue drinking so I can play with the milk. And if the milk is fun and grand, we'll get into cows. Or zillions of goats, you know, whichever comes first. Goat. There we go. So those get filled instantly by the granary and the water thing, which I appreciate. Because then I don't have to do it. I don't have to bucket milk everywhere. Or bucket water everywhere. Alright, goats. I pick up bucket. Are you milkable? How do I do the thing? Bunk. Can't bonk you with bucket. Okay. So I'm assuming we're gonna wait until her little udders get full or something. Some sort of indication that she is ready for milking. Currently I just see her a little bit fatter for pregnancy. So we're gonna have a baby goat. I'm sure it's gonna be adorable. Okay, so how's the chickens doing? The chickens are egging all over the place. And that's fine. You do your eggs. You do your chickeny egg things. They're not dying. So they're somehow reaching the food. So even though this isn't working as I wanted it to, it's working. And that's fine. Someone picked trick instead of treat because they're egging all over the place. Nice. Alright, so we're waiting for goat. So let's go do greenhouse thing. I think it's the hardware store. Oh, also new day, so we're gonna go take this. I think it's the hardware store that has the seeds. But we can check multiple places. Honestly, don't remember. I remember seeing them, but it's either general or hardware store. There's kind of inconsistencies about what's where. Whoa. That was weird. Alright. Uh-oh. You're in my way. Bonk. Definitely general store. Good. Oh, hi, dear. How are you? Are you here to use the ATM again? Cheese, pork meatball, chicken meatball. Damn it. I only have one pork meatball to sell. You, sir. Wait a second. Is the rifle... Hang on. Wait. Where'd you go? There you are. Is the rifle one-shot kill? Or is it the same number of shots for each animal? Because if it's one-shot kill, great. If it's the same shots to kill each animal, like it always takes 4 to kill a bear, then the rifle is worse because it's longer to reload. Or it's longer between shots. It's longer for each cocking. So I will have to test that. Because the deer can be 1 to 3 shots per. So that was not a great test. I would need a bear to test for sure. Maybe we'll go test on a bear. That's what we do. Alright. Wild meat sell. Rifle seems to do more damage. Okay. So if it's like 2 shots for a bear, great. I can deal with that. So let's go to bear territory. Bearatory, if you will. And I just want to test out the rifle. Because I got it, and then I never used the damn thing. So I feel bad, and I want to find out what it does. Also, if I can find bees, I will mark them and come back. But so far, no bees. Bear, however. We have bear. Alright, bear. Two shots for a bear. Okay, so it does do more damage. This is good. No scope. 360. It would be nice if it had a zoom in, but I mean the first person is already pretty decent. Oh. First person removes your dot. Interesting. Because first person, you've got the down the sights aiming for the pistol, but the rifle does not have down the sights aiming. So that's awful. Oh no. Alright, that's good to know. If I'm ever going to use the rifle, don't use first person. Willowfiend, I know, the poor bear, but don't worry, he'll get better. He'll get better, and he will come back, and he'll be just as berry as he was before. Yes, just a flesh wound. Also, I don't know what's up with my camera, but it keeps freaking the hell out. Camera, chill. This is just a flesh wound. And this is just a flesh wound. And this is just a flesh wound. And this is just a flesh wound. I have 4 flesh wounds from that bear. People eating tasty animals. Okay. This camera's gotta go. I think I've had to relog to fix that camera issue. Oh, hi deer. Here, let's test the deer. Dead. So the deer can be 1 to 3 shots. So unless the deer happens to be 3 shots, this might be a 1-shot kill for deer all the time. It could also be that the rifle does 3 damage instead of 2, because it's 2 shots for bear. So that could be 3 damage and then 1 to finish it off. Or it could be 2 damage and 2 damage. So I don't think we'll know until we shoot enough deer to know if it's always a 1-shot kill. I think 1-shot kill would be great. For deer at least. Alright. I got sidetracked. I did not intend to get that sidetracked. We're going to the general store. I'm going to put a dot there. We're going to the general store. I'm going to stop off and drop off this meat. Only my second bear shot was near the head. That's fair. But with bears in this game, I can shoot them 4 times in the butt and they will die. So it doesn't need to be a kill shot. I would love for it to have a proper headshot model, but I don't expect that of this kind of game. Alright, so enough distractions. Oh, ha 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 ha. Let's extend my game time again a little bit. I forgot I left daytime at low, so I was wondering why my day was almost over, even though all I did was shoot a bear. Bonk. Alright, what do we have for seed options? We have tomatoes, strawberries, pumpkin, watermelon, cabbage, grape, bell pepper, and pineapple. I have no idea. I'm assuming we will need to water, hence the sprinkler's existence. Composter might be for making fertilizer from poop, which would be great. In fact, if the composter makes fertilizer from poop, does it make fertilizer that I can then store? Because if I have a composter and I use it to make poop, then I could store the fertilizer for future use, even if I'm not doing greenhouse work. So let's buy a composter. Pumpkin and watermelon can't fit in coolers. Interesting. Everything else then can fit in coolers, which is also good information. Agricultural medicine, disease control. So I'm assuming at some point during the growth cycle they might say diseased or something that we'll have to fix. Might be handy to have all of these things to have them. Cheers, Valuna. Let's have them just in case. Let's do... You know what? I'm feeling a little bit of callback to Icarus. Let's do berries and watermelons to make the berry medley salad thing. It's a little bit silly, I understand, but I want to do it. Because I play a lot of Icarus. Okay, so this thing. Doot. This thing. Doot. This itty bitty thing. Doot. This itty bitty thing. Doot. And this itty bitty thing. Doot. Oh. I don't know what happens with this camera, but every once in a while. So I think if I drop this, are we fine? So previously what happened is I had something bugged out, and as soon as I got into this vehicle, the camera was like underneath the vehicle. So as I was driving, it was like this or something like that, and it wouldn't let me change it. So it feels like it's doing that again with this. Let's see if reattaching it fixed it. Seems to have fixed it. At least a little bit. Okay, okay. Also, I'm going to take a quick peek for bees. Trying to remember exactly where the bees are expected to be. They're supposed to be sort of around the meat shop. And let's see. So the meat shop is here, so it's expected to be roughly over this away. I do not see the bees. I think the luck I had with like 7 in a row was a little bit too lucky. It's fine. We'll keep looking. I'll keep looking in my off time. I'm going to have a lot of bees. At some point or another, I will have a lot of bees. But for right now, I have an acceptable amount of bees. Man, this trailer and vehicle combination is so much better than the truck and the big trailer thing. The truck and the big trailer thing, both of them slide and spin and bounce and flail like crazy. I can't handle it. Alright, are you milkable yet? You are pregnant, but are you milkable? I do not see a milking option on the goat. Okay. I have to ask a lady if she's milkable. Thank you very much. Because clearly I'm not able to tell on my own. Alright. I don't... Let me see if I can figure out how to use this thing. Don't tell me. Hey, the egg finally hatched. Hey, little baby chick. How you doing? Wait, where the fuck did you come from? I swear I had all the eggs out of here. Alright, you know what, little baby chick? You can go in here before you die. I legit don't know where this baby came from, now that I think about it. Because I moved all of the eggs. Even the fertile ones. And they just... There was no egg there. I have no idea how that baby chick came around. But whatevs. It was just keeping the rabbit company. Hey, Valuna, do you have your rabbit? Where's my rabbit? Wait, what? Where's my damn rabbit? I hear you. Where's my rabbit? There you are. Rabbit. I have my rabbit. Immaculate hatchling. Rabbit. Okay, so what do we got here? We got 0 out of 20 poops and 0 out of 20 fertilizer. Okay, so I'm assuming there's two possibilities here. I collect poop with this thing, and it either creates fertilizer that I use directly from this container, or it creates fertilizer that I can then pull out of this container and continue to use. Put in. Okay. Oh, this is awful. Okay, so can I... how am I supposed to see what I'm putting in when I have a container in the way? Alright, it's doable as long as my character doesn't rotate. As soon as my character rotates, I can't see shit. Alright, I think I have all of the poops. Let's go get the poops from the other side. Poops. All of the chicken poops. How are we doing? We're at, oh god, we're at 1.7 out of 20. I need more poops. I have a feeling the pig poop will provide more per poop. Let's go pick up the pig poops. So from the chickens, I have 1.92 and 0.22. And let's go check out the pig. Do I have any goat poop yet? I don't see any goat poop. Put in. What am I putting in? Hold up. What is that? What is that? Is that goat poop? Oh, it's goat poop. Apparently goats poop in little liquidy looking piles. Gross. But okay. Whatever goats. Alright, so that was worth another 0.5 each. That's worth a 0.1. Just trying to get a handle on how much poop I need to deal with this thing. So poop, we have 2.1, 2.2. So it's 0.1 per pig poop. Honestly, this machine is awful to use. It's not as bad as cleaning up the poops by hand. Oh no. We got 5 more piglets. Oh no. Oh no. It's not as bad as picking up the poops by hand, because you have to do those by holding E. But it's a big machine and the camera is not in your favor. Yeah, aren't goat poops like standard, like little pellet size, like deer or rabbit or whatever? Any other animal that eats a lot of fiber in their diets? Alright, so I have cleaned up a majority of the pig poops. I am stuck on the pig. I have 3.42 and 0.62. Whatever that means. I don't know if that means that I use that from this machine or if I need to... We'll see. I'm experimenting here. Yeah, little goat pellets, yeah. Yeah, most non-ruminants that eat a lot of grass and grains will do pellets. The ruminants, I mean, I don't know if, is a goat a ruminant? I know cows are. I know goats like chew a lot, but are they actual ruminants? I don't recall. Because I know cows do plop pies. Horses, depending on the diet, do kind of a combination of plop and pellet. Mostly plop. But like rabbits, always munching and always chewing, do pellets. Rabbits are coprophagous, and I don't know what that means. I appreciate the word, but I don't know what it means. Okay, so berries. Plant, plant. Melons, plant. We have stats. We have water stat. We have uppy stat. We have uppy stat. We have wrecking ball smashing into a wall stat. And we have sun stat and heart checkbox stat. At a glance, that doesn't mean shit. Let's see what the glossary says. Farming and greenhouses. In the blueprint book, you will find pieces to construct a greenhouse. Plants can be grown inside this, only with a greenhouse roof, or outside with no roof. At the general store, you can purchase various seeds to plant in crop plots, fertilizer to help them grow faster, and agricultural medicine to cure them from any disease. Each plant has different growth times and watering requirements. Be sure to watch these and to keep the seeds from deteriorating. You can set up sprinkler systems to automate the watering of plants. The UI above plants informs you of the watering levels, fertilizer amount, plant growth, seed deterioration, healthy versus diseased, and sunlight versus no light. Plants can be placed in baskets and cooler boxes for easier transport to the store. A composter is also available to purchase from the general store, and when holding it, you can put animal feces inside, feces, which will convert it into fertilizer. Coprophagous, however you want to pronounce that. They will eat their own poop to gain nutrients. And that actually kinda sorta explains the coprophilous status in Cult of the Lamb, where they enjoy being sick. Kind of vaguely related themes. They enjoy pooping. They enjoy being sick. Coprophagus versus coprophilous. Got it. I understand the roots now. All right, so we have water, the teardroppy water. We have up. We have stonks. We have wrecking ball. We have sun, and then we have heart, which I'm assuming is sick versus not sick. Water, fertilizer, up. Growth, stonks. And then seed, health, wrecking ball. Got it. Okay. Those symbols do not mean jack shit to me. So if I were to take fertilizer and do fertilize, we now have 100 fertilizer. Got it. Fertilize. Great. And it takes an inconsistent amount of fertilizer for each crop. Got it. So between the 3 crops, I used 2.5, 1.5. So never mind, it's 0.5 per crop. So that is a consistent amount of fertilizer, now that I can math. It looks like my seed health. What is seed health? More like age of a plant. Only so many harvests per seed before having to replant. Oh. That's a little weird. Okay. I kind of sort of get why, but sure. And then I don't have any sick plants, so we're fine. All right. Okay. How we doing? We could do a bee run in the dark. Let's do a bee run in the dark. The glare is not my friend, though. Alright, we got them all. You. So yes, copro equals poop, coprophagus, phagus meaning to eat or to consume, and then phyllis to to enjoy, to love, to uh, to have a sexual desire for, depending on which Phyllis we're talking about, or Phyllis. We're learning Latin as we go. Lovely. Yeah, doing this shit at night is not the best plan. It's really hard to see at night, even with lights. I could theoretically build a lamp or something to make this easier, but not so much. Alright, so you're done. Alright, good. Build an artificial sun. That would require a significant amount of lamps. I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but logistically I have a few concerns. Okay. So, the thing about the seed age that's bothering me is we're already 7% in on these seeds, and we haven't even gotten a sprout yet. So, unless they are multi-harvest, so they grow up, and let's say they get to 30% before they're fully grown, and then, once they're fully grown, they start offering a harvested fruit every 10% or so. Then we'd get, 6 or 7 harvests out of each plant. But if we're already 7% in, or 6.5% in, and we haven't even gotten a sprout yet, then we're talking not very many growths. Now, it's possible because I haven't watered them that this is becoming a problem. So let's do the watering. Just start stockpiling hydrogen and helium. It'll be fine. Alright, so 6.5% in. Water. Oh, it's 2 clicks to water? Okay, thanks. Thanks, game. Alright. So we're gonna hopefully see a growth number tick up at some point. I hope it's not too terribly long. Watering took 0.5 as well, so same as the fertilizer. We're getting information here. Information is good. Now, from my experience, every time you sleep, nothing happens. No animals eat, no time passes, no ticks of any variety actually happen. It's only when time is passing during the day that any activity actually occurs. And I think for like animals, I mean, this ticked down. But that might be because the beginning of the day? Because like it's ticking per minute now. I'm trying to figure out the mechanics. Because my god, that water is going down quick. 88 to 85. So it's going down 3% water every, what, 2 in-game minutes? So every 10 seconds or so? That's, oof. That's gonna, I definitely need to invest in the sprinkler systems for sure. So we are at 10% growth. So it's not, it's going to take the day to grow, but I'm going to need to water it, I think, during this day. Looks like different growth times. Looks like different water consumption amounts for each plant. Okay, good information to know. These are all different. So how are you guys feeling about this game? Just as a general like or dislike or whatevs? Because I was kind of on the fence about wanting to stream this one. Because I wasn't sure how people would like it. Meh. To you too. I mean, I like this game for sure. But there's a lot of manual work. There's a lot of work to do. I know I know you like it, Valuna. But do you like watching it? I guess is the greater concern. Cause like if I were to go process this meat right now, we'd be doing this for the next, you know, a half hour to an hour or so. Cause I have a lot of meat to process. And on top of that, okay, let me in. I have a lot of pigs to process. I need to cull this bullshit. I could easily cull 6, 7, 8 males right now and not have a problem. You're pregnant. Let's see, one pregnancy, 2 pregnancy, 3 pregnancy, 4, 5 pregnancy. I'm stuck on pig. We have 5 pregnant pigs currently. Out of what appears to be, give or take, 25 or so. Those 5 pigs are 2 to 6 piglets each, so let's average 3 or 4. We're gonna end up with another 15 pigs on average somewhat soon here. My god. So anyway, I started blasting. Because I'm going to need to cull some of those males pretty quickly here. You're currently watching 2 YouTube series of this, and if you had a computer, you'd play it yourself. Nice. So, I mean, I'm more than happy to stream and play this game. With what little spare time I've managed to afford myself. Because unfortunately I have locked in a lot of my my free streaming time with multiplayer, but if we all like this, I will happily do it. I've been streaming it in Discord. So, for those who don't know, I stream in Discord occasionally, specifically for Twitch subs. So, you know, not to plug anything or anything, but I do occasionally stream this for Twitch subs. And I just fucked up and made an accidental meatball, damn it. I don't know how much that's gonna happen, because my free time is fairly limited. But that's a thing that happens occasionally. But if we want to see that more here, and in actual Twitch, I will happily do it. And I need more other simulator games like this as well. I know, how convenient that you just got a sub today. Very convenient. I know I've played, I mean, this, not quite the same genre, but I played a lot of Mambazu that's got some updates recently that I need to return to at some point. I think Junkyard Truck is also getting some updates. If you know of any other simulator type games like this, I do enjoy this genre a lot. But for right now, this can definitely be the game for a while. I'm still waiting for my goat to be milkable. Oh, I forgot to turn on that one. That's why that wasn't working. Okay, there we go. All right, so I need. Yeah, it's fine. All right, let's get these over here dried. I also need to get those off the drying rack. I need to get rid of this. I keep clicking it. Egg, sausage, meat. Alright, let's get you and you. Man, so much freaking sausage, and I'm not even remotely done yet. I am not even close to done because of all them thar pigs I gotta take care of in a second here. I don't know if I'm gonna go in and start blasting. Unless you guys want me to do some culling right now. I can certainly afford some culling. Your sausage factory is not as fancy as mine. You know, I do try to make things look neat. It's one of the goals in my life. But I appreciate that you think my my sausage factory is fancy. All right, lady, when are you gonna be ready to milk? Is this really just a not until you're birthing kind of situation? I want to milk my goat. Uh oh. That's not how you fence goat. It's not how you do fences. Get back in here. Come on. Come on, goat. There we go. There we go. I need you to be ready to milk. I wanted to have that done by this stream. But you're not cooperating. Fine, I'll keep doing sausages. Alright, I'm gonna adjust that down. Ah, another accidental meatball. Oh well, that at least puts my accidental meatball creation at even numbers again. Accidental meatballs are the worst. No one likes an accidental meatball. The problem with my sausage factory, and I think this is just a problem with the game in general, is I can only store 6 sausages per drawer. So that does not leave much sausage storing space. The houses have a lot more sausage storing space, but I can't keep building houses to do that. Like, I've got 6 per drawer, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and technically 10, but that one's really not easily usable there. So I would have 60 sausage storing space there. The house has this little space here, and each of these one little shelf things stores 9. So if I could build these shelves, I'd be happy. I would happily store, you know, 1 low and 1 high, 9 per little segment. So that's 18 storage right there between those 2 shelving items. And I have 10 shelving items to store my 60. So yeah, we need more storage space. I mean, I could build another fucking house if I wanted to, but that's still another 18 storage space or so. Alright, let's see about filling these 4. I'm not going to use this one as much because I screwed up the placement on that. I don't like it as much. I might remove it. I might leave it and only just use it for accidental meatballs. We'll see. So, Valuna, do you know how and or when and or how often the goats will do their milking thing? I just want a milk for a cheese, so I can feel accomplished tonight. Not that I haven't done a zillion other things tonight, but still. It's supposedly daily, so I'm now 2 days into my goat ownage, and I haven't had milk yet. At least, not that I'm aware of. Daily after birth. Okay. So, do you know if there's ever a time that that stops, or do they just always remain pregnant at that point? Kind of like the pigs do. I would guess that there's a time that they would stop producing milk if they weren't pregnant for a long period. So if they got pregnant and gave birth and then, for example, the male died, they might then stop becoming pregnant and then stop producing milk at some point. But yeah, just like the pigs, they're pretty much always pregnant. So I don't foresee that being a problem as long as the male doesn't die. Yeah, and I mean, that makes sense. It makes sense that they wouldn't milk until after birth because that's when the milk production typically does its thing. Oh. Oh. Screwed up. Screwed up. There we go. Alright, we're close to filling. I need 4 more. So counting these 2, I need 2 more. Knowing this game, there is probably a specific time that the goats become milkable after birth. So I think we're just going to have to wait until birth for that to be a thing, and then we'll figure out when they become milkable. But that means that we just need to keep fast forwarding time until they become milkable so that we can actually get some milk and then figure out what to do with it. And I'm not going to ask what to do with it until I figure out how to do the cheese thing. I know I need to buy mold to make the cheese happen, but we'll figure it out from there. Zoom the sky! I wish I could zoom the sky. I can semi-zoom the sky. Alright, chickens. Tell me your stories. How you guys doing? You guys doing good? You egging it up over here? We somehow got a black chick over here. That's probably from the fertile eggs that I put over here. I didn't know whose babies they were, so I may have accidentally mixed the races. But it's fine. That is a lot of eggs. Good God. Hello, Sparkle. Yes, it is still a me, and it is 2:30 in the morning, and I'm still streaming. And you know what? I don't care. I'm gonna keep streaming until I feel like stopping. Because I'm enjoying this game and I'm not tired yet. Egg. Egg. I don't know why there's an egg there, but there's an egg there. How you doing, Sparkle? Is there any progress on your feeling like poop? Speaking of feeling like poop, I should get more fertilizer. Alright, goats with your weird plop piles. Gimme. Oh god. Pegs. Too damn many pegs. God damn it. Too many pegs. Let me in. Let me in. I need your poops. I need your poops, sirs. Sirs and or madams. Give me your poops. Give me your poops. Give. I would like them, please. Thank you. Give me all of your poops. Poop. 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 I don't think I've gotten all the poops, but I have far too many pigs. Hello, Wing. How you doing? You are not feeling better. That is unfortunate, Sparkle. I am sorry. Yes, you are just in time to watch me play with the poops. I'm playing with the poops. I have 2 poops. 1.98 poops. And slowly declining. But I'm continuing to collect more poops, so that number is rising. Alright, now we go clean out the chicken poops. After I get the rest of the pig poops. Pigs, I need you to get away from that door so I can leave, if you could please. Nope. Okay. You know what? You know what, pig? You are volunteering to be shot if you don't stop. Come here. Come here. Come here. Get in the box. Get in the box. You stay in the box. Stop it. Alright. Chicken poops. I really wish this box weren't like this. This is impossible to pick up chicken poops. It's only viable as long as your character doesn't rotate. As soon as your character rotates, you can't see to pick up the poops. And you need to do weird acrobatics to rotate your character to pick up the poops. I am well versed in the character rotation mechanics to avoid the camera issues, but it's still a bloody nightmare. I do not like that the character constantly gets in the way. And I don't like that the character rotation and the camera are tied together. It's irritating at the best of days. Also, I am noticing that my frame rate is dying horribly. Probably from a combination of the number of poops, the number of eggs, the number of chickens, and the number of pigs. Which is partly why I'm attempting to clean up the number of poops, because It's an easy number to take care of. But yeah, I hate that the character animation and the camera are tied together. I have complained about that repeatedly, and it will continue to be an issue, I am sure. Boo. Boo on you, sir. Alright, I now have 4.31 poops and 4.70 fertilizers. Before I go to sleep, I just realized I have not paid attention to my plants all day. We have sprouts. This is good. They have 0 waters. This is bad. Let us take care of that situation. They still have fertilizer. They are 37-ish% grown and 27-ish% or 24-ish% ready to be dead. I don't necessarily like that seed age mechanic, but we'll see how it goes once they start producing. Alright. Sleep time. Unsleep time. Okay. Water, fertilizer, growth. So the watermelon grows about 1.5 times as fast as the strawberries. I would love to see which ones are... God, I forgot the term, but the term that lets you harvest multiple times per mature crop. It sounds kind of like they're all like that. But it's hard to say. So, wait a second. Not perennial, because perennial is growth throughout the season without a winter die-off. Or, sorry, rather, perennial is growth throughout the season, potential winter hibernation, and then regrowth the next season. There's a different term for the ability to harvest multiple fruits from one mature plant. I used to know it. I have forgotten it. But the seed age stat seems to have reset. I'm now back at 0 out of 100. Because that's what that wrecking ball symbol looks like. That was previously up to like 30-ish. Continuous harvest, let's go with that. I'm sure that's probably close to the correct term, if not the actual correct term. I thought there was like a fancier term for it, but never know. But yeah, the seed age or the seed health stat has gone away, back down to 0. I don't know if that's supposed to, or if that was just failing because I hadn't watered them and it was starting to tick up the ages. So maybe as long as you keep it fertilized and watered, maybe it's fine. That would be wonderful. We're actually getting close to a watermelon harvest, so let's just sit here and stare at it for a moment, because it's gonna tick up several times in the next little bit here. Ah, new season of drag queens to watch. Enjoy, Sparkle. I hope you enjoy your drag queens. So we are at 92.44% grown. They're sparkly. Ah, yes. We are growing slower now. So watermelons grow faster, consume less water, which is weird because they're watermelons. They should be consuming a ton of water. Consume more fertilizer, less water, and grow faster. Those are their 3 stats, compared to strawberries at least. So that's good to know. Be interesting to see which ones grow slower, faster, more produce, cost differences. Since there's a lot of different stats, water, fertilizer, and growth speed, I'm assuming there are different costs per produce as well for sale. Watermelon! We have a watermelon. Eat a harvest. And now we are back down to 0 crop growth, but keeping our previous water and fertilizer numbers. Okay, good. I now have a giant-ass watermelon. Done. Hello, Gila. How are you, kitty? Come here, kitty. Come here, kitty. Come here, kitty. Hi, baby. How you doing? Hi, Gila. Alright, so we're not going to sit here and watch this. However, we are going to water, and then we're going to fill bucket as soon as I can use my other hand. Alright, so we have 5.5 out of 7. I'm actually going to grab the fertilizer and just see, because it was 0.5 fertilizer per fertilizing session, I guess. Is it still 0.5, and is it going to consume out of here at 0.5? Because we've got 5 point, actually we've got just about 6. So I should put this down to just about 5, although it might not consume the whole amount. Yep, it consumed the whole amount regardless. Okay, so if you wait till near end of fertilizing, it's probably better. That's fine. We're learning. We're learning. And it still consumes the whole 0.5 water, regardless of how much you're watering. Got it. We're learning. So 0.5 water and 0.5 fertilizer are always used to fill to max, regardless of your availability in the bucket. And regardless of the percentage used. So if you fill at, 0.65 fertilizer, you're still going to use a whole 0.5. Got it. Okay. Strawberries are almost ready. We're gonna I don't know, leave that there or something. But this is giving me information I need to understand the greenhouse. I'm probably going to do something really stupid, like building a giant greenhouse, but I need to make sure it's profitable first. Or at least fun. Fun's important. Hey, baby goat! Yeah, little baby goat. Look at the little dude. Look at him. Look at a baby goat. That's adorable. Meh. Alright. So that means you should be milkable, madam. How are you milkable? How do I milk the goat? Do I need to throw a milk pan at you? No? Okay. Only giant? What you talking about? I don't know what only giant means. I have goat. Only goat. Giant? I don't know. My god. That's a lot of pigs. We just got 4 more piglets. No, 3. That's an older piglet. 3 more piglets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more piglets. Oh boy. Oh dear. Do you want me to make multiple small greenhouses? Like, what's your concern with the giant greenhouse? Because I'm thinking I've got the space over here, so I might as well make one big one. I could make multiple small greenhouses dedicated to each type of crop. That's an option. Because then I could do like a 2x3 here, and then 2x3 here, etc., etc. In fact, let's destroy the big greenhouse bits, because I don't like it's flickering anyway. Because then, I'm just teasing some ideas for greenhouse. Because we could do 2x3. And we could do spacing to keep it all on grid. Alright, these trees are in the way, but we would have theoretically another one here and here. I don't recall. Might need the metal bucket, not wood. Okay, we'll give it a shot. I don't recall how many seeds there were, but I could theoretically have a greenhouse dedicated to each seed. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I know there's more than 4, but I don't remember how many. How do I empty the metal bucket? This is one way, for sure. Still got 2 in there. Oh, strawberries are done. Strawberry, 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 strawberry. Ah, I see. Several strawberries. Alright, good to know. Here, let's, water, water, water. I still need a tick down of water for each one of these before I can empty it. There we go. Empty. Okay. So let's try metal bucket. Could it also be small bucket? Yeah, I still only have the set free bucket. She's already pregnant again. Oh no. I really do enjoy this game, Wing. There's a lot of these simulator style management issues, like manually picking up individual items, that kind of thing. I really enjoy it though. So yeah, it could be small bucket. Let's go get small bucket. My performance is already suffering because of the issues. All right, let's go grab basket for berries. I'm gonna test how much these things sell, just out of curiosity. I don't remember the food store ever giving a sale on the foods, on any of the fruits. So I'm assuming that all the fruits and stuff sell at the same price all the time regardless. Which is handy for me because then I don't have to think about it. Okay. Each strawberry plant gives 4 strawberries and 1 watermelon. One watermelon for the watermelon plant, not the other way around. Alright. So we're gonna go attempt to sell. Get a small bucket to test with. Almost every sim could benefit from the employee system from gas station sim. Oh no. I mean, they did actually a really good job. Not gonna lie. They did a good job with the employee management system. But at the same time, it was a lot of management. But again, they did a great job. Pork sausage. Oh my fucking god. We got pork sausage and we got a 1.8 multiplier. It's a long time coming. I've got $21,000. It took for fucking ever. It took at least 12 to 14 in-game days to get an actual sale on pork sausage. Alright, $7 for watermelon. $4 per strawberry. There were 4 per plant, so 16 per plant per growth, but they were slower growth cycle. Okay, that's fine. Sell all. My god. Alright, now I need to run back home and make sure that all my sausages are done. Get them. Sorry, I'm so friggin' happy. Hey wolf. Hey wolf. Hey wolf. That's my vehicle. Hey wolf. Get fucked. That wolf is just I'm gonna leave it in traffic. This guy's bother me. The employee system in a simulator like this type of game was definitely, you're right, it was definitely a breath of fresh air. It was nice to do all of the fiddly little individual item movements and all of the hand cleaning and shit, and then suddenly be able to manage that through automation. It was nice. It really truly was a nice breath of fresh air. You're right. 100%. Alright, so I need to doot, 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 and then doot, 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 doot. DMCA strike's gonna get me. Doot, 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 doot. Also, I did see your booze request earlier, and I was not braced for it. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Quick, increase my daytime. I'm doing this as fast as I possibly can, without causing problems, and hopefully getting the sale in time. I was not braced for it. I didn't really understand that I would need to be ready to sell all my shit instantly. I'm so used to not having a pork sale day. I've had those porks in that frickin' trailer for weeks, and I wasn't ready for it. So I'm rushing. I might need to run and sell these as I have them, because I don't have all that much time left. Pork meatballs are not on sale, so those can stay on the fucking floor. I don't care. Get on the fine, go in here. I'm running. I have literally 13 minutes in game, 12 minutes in game, which translate to what, 45 seconds, give or take. Hang on, rushing. I'm rushing. I have so little time. I have so little time to do this right. I gotta make the last bits of money. You. Get on the floor. I don't care. I'm rushing. That's another $9,800. Yeah. Ah, yes. Okay, so that was a little bit of last minute panic that I wasn't braced for. So I made $30,000 today because I've been waiting for so damn long. I've been waiting for that friggin' sale. Oh man. I'm so happy that that finally came through. You know what, Wolf? I'm even gonna take the time to skin you after I kick you across the road. Get kicked. Get kicked. Get kicked, Wolf. Alright. You know what, Valuna? There's not that many convenience items left that I haven't already bought. I've been kind of slow-boating it and upgrading slowly as I go. I think the only things that I don't have, I don't have the stun gun for killing my animals without bullets. I don't have, like, I have the electric saws for my wood. I have the electric meat processors. I could buy more electric meat processors, technically. I don't have the milking machine, you're right. I don't have... I mean, I've got plenty of money now for expanding out to multiple animals. I could do cows and horses and all that stuff. But I think in terms of convenience machines, I think the stun gun and the milking machine are the only ones I don't have. I think. And I would love to expand into farming and do the farming. That's not going to be tonight, because it's already 3 in the fucking morning. But it's fine. You know what? It's dark. It's late. I'm gonna save. And then I'm gonna BRB, because I owe someone a booze. So BRB. When did I get muted? Interesting. Interesting. That is not shocking. I've done that at least a couple times tonight. No, Orange Boy, no thoughts, just orange. Hello, Gizmo. So, I return to... I have a kitty. And Wing, you were alone in your chaos causing. I will also dedicate a second non-muted cheers to you, Wing. Kablam! And Wing, thank you very much for the gifted subs. Once again to Doc, Scryer, and Animal Mother. I appreciate it very much, Wing. Thank you. And then Valuna, thank you for your bits donation. And then Sparkle gifted a sub to Rage Crow, and we suddenly have a train happening. I think this is my first train. I don't know what to do with a train. What do we do with a train? How am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to do a train? I don't have a button for that. I wasn't emotionally prepared for this. Cheese. I'm just gonna throw all my other buttons out there.
We're on the blood path now.
You want a fishy? You want a fishy? You want a fishy?
Oh my god. 1,000 bits from Wing. Holy crap. Wing?
You want a fishy?
Do you want a fishy? And then of course the ever so popular
I am a toaster. I am a toaster. I am a toaster. I am a toaster.
Sparkle just gifted a sub to EOG. Oh my god. The train continues. The train continues. I do appreciate you all. It's 3 in the fucking morning. No one likes a late night train blasting through your window saying, "Toot toot, motherfucker, I'm a train, wake up." And Valuna with another 100 bits. Thank you very much. Oh my god. Y'all are awesome. Were you guys aware that you were awesome? I mean, I have a feeling you suspected it. But do you truly know? Oh my, Sparkle. What kind of train are you thinking about running? Oh god, I just realized my eyebrow wiggles are failing with all of the alcohol in me. I can't eyebrow wiggle anymore. Oh god. That's one of my skills that fails when I'm too sauced. And then Wing with another 200 bits. Oh my god. This I legit don't know what to do with a hype train. I've had it enabled, but I never in my wildest dreams imagined it would actually happen. And the weirdest part about that is I didn't get a train when Fastcar did anything. So it takes repeated attempts at training things. And then Sparkle subbing 5, or sorry, Sparkle gifting 5 subs, there we go, that's the words, to Smooth Agent, Bama Rebel, Sam the Flan Man, Astral, and Big D. Sparkle, Wing, Faluna, y'all throwing all in here. I appreciate it. We are on level 4 hype train. Good lordy. They are making it rain. I don't know what to do with this information. I appreciate you guys. I do. I really do. This is actually a really nice change of pace from my earlier day. I had a bit of a downer day, so you guys are helping a lot. And then Wing cheering the screaming 1,000 bits. Thank you again, Wing. Ah, I ran into a tree. Oh god. I totally forgot earlier. I was meaning to buy a small bucket to test out if I could milk that cow with the bucket. Goat, not cow. Let's do that. Let's do that while the screaming happens. Also, I'm gonna keep pushing buttons. I really loved that game. I did. I might have to go back and try to play that game as they add more content, because that was a fantastic game. The SCP game was great. Oh my god. Sparkle. 5 more gifted subs from Sparkle to Steel Argus, Pib, Wilmac, and Havenpunk. Level 5 train. And I only crashed once on my drive here. That's amazing. Level 5 train. That's amazing. I don't know how to handle this information. Alright, buying a stunner. I'm handling this information by buying something that makes it easier to murder all of my animals. There we go. That's how I'm handling this information. Alright, just for funsies, we're gonna buy. Maybe I'll remove that. I don't know. I do need some goat mold, and a small bucket. Okay. Information. 8. 8 is the answer of number of different crops. So I might do my four greenhouses and then do 2 crops per. Figure out which ones go where. Because I think that might be the best answer. Because I really kind of landed on that idea of the small greenhouses with like more dedicated purposes, and I really like that idea. All of the you guys haven't done a full-on like emoji spam fest, so by all means emote. Post level 5 is a myth. I mean, it is real. I don't know what it do, but it do. We are currently at level 5. We're actually technically 70% towards level 6. Just saying. No, not saying. I will never encourage or force anyone to do any sort of donation, regardless of what brand it is. I will offer the opportunity, and I will greatly appreciate the opportunity. But it is never required or even encouraged. I just appreciate it a lot. It do give more money to Twitch, and Sparkle, FYI, I do have an open discussion with Discord right now, trying to figure out my biggest sticking point so far on the Discord donation method, the subscription method, is they have a rule against charity. And it's worded in such a way that just kind of discourages all charity. And I found that kind of weird. So I sent them a message, and so far they've sent me back several canned messages, and I keep responding back saying, your canned messages aren't working. Give me a person, please. And they did say that this is like a trial or a beta or whatever they're calling it for their subscription thing. So just full candidness out there. I'm trying to figure out the Discord subscription because I agree. I like Discord more. First off, they're less of an evil corporation, and they take a significantly less cut. So I would like to be able to leverage Discord subscription, because I think that would be the best option overall for something like instead of Twitch or instead of Patreon or any of those other options that tend to take a big cut and have questionable donation methods. Yeah, charity does have different rules than tips and support. And I wasn't worried about, donating subscriptions to charity. I'm not all about that. But what I would like to know is if I have subscriptions enabled through Discord, is that going to cause a problem if I have a charity event? Because I'm going to do charity events at some point. I would love to be able to support charities. But I haven't done it yet because I haven't felt like I've been in the right space for it. Personally, mentally, follower-wise, I haven't been in the space for it. And pausing that thought, Midnight. Holy crap. Thank you, Midnight. 5 more subs gifted from Midnight to Bree Games, Bloody Beerman, Izzy, Tossic, Muad, people I don't think I even knew have ever chatted in here that have followed at some point. We're getting subs, and I appreciate it. It's amazing. Thank you, Midnight. Holy crap! Cheers! Cheers to every damn one of you. And if I keep cheersing when you're doing that, I'm gonna die from alcohol. But I just want to make sure that Discord isn't going to have an issue if I do charity events that are not directly tied to the subs. That's all I want them to answer. And if they can answer that question to me, that, you know, as long as the subs aren't tied to charity, that we're okay to do charity events, then I'm good. I just want them to answer that question so we don't have any red tape or weird issues coming up. And I totally get that they don't want the subs tied to charity. That makes sense. But I just want them to make sure that if I do a separate charity event that says, you know, hey, we're doing a Twitch charity stream for 12 hours and all of the proceeds are going to, you know, kids with cancer, I don't want them to freak out on me. I just want to make sure that that's widely known and accepted and understood before I do it. Otherwise, all of their other clauses and all their catches were all perfectly normal and fine. I'm on board with it. So if they can give me the go ahead, we're doing it. All right, we're buying sprinklers. I don't know how big the sprinklers are, so we're going to buy 4 of them. It's fine. Fertilizer's good. Medicine I haven't had to use yet, so we're good. Maybe we buy all the... I don't need to buy all the seeds yet. It's fine. I bought a small bucket. I'm pretty sure that's added to my car. So I got a stunner, milking machine, some bullets, because I've been shooting a lot of things. Another electric sausage stuffer that we can remove out of the list. Goat mold. Moldy goats. Delicious. I'm going to buy a second small bucket just in case. And then a few sprinklers. Check out. Good. Sprinklers are itty bitty. I'm just buying a handful of them because I am planning on a greenhouse. And even if the 2 crop plots that I have currently are more than well covered by the sprinkler, I just want to make sure that we got room. What are you? You're the milking machine. Oh, you're weird. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's a milking machine. It looks more like a... Oh, no, that's the killing machine. Okay. So that's, like, straight up No Country for Old Men kind of pressure-powered piston machine. All right. Just making sure we're covering all the bases. You are the milking machine. Do I have room for you? Sure. Right there. Milking machine. To use the milking machine, place a milk can under the tap at the front of the machine. Pick up the suction cups to the right of the machine and interact with a female cow to attach these. The machine will start milking automatically and stop when completed. That's wonderful. Does that mean it only works for cows, or does it also work for goats? We will find out. I do have a windmill. It's already accomplished. That was like half of my work tonight, was getting the windmill up. Try to milk anything with that and you're gonna get strawberry milk. Yep. It's at least going to be red. I'm not sure it's gonna be strawberry flavored, but it'll be fine. Alright, let's put you there. Put you there. We're trying to figure out the intricacies of this game. And I don't think we have all of them yet, but we're getting there. Train success. That is a hype train emote unlocked. Wait, do I have hype train emotes? Is that even a thing? Neat. We have a choo-choo. I do once again, several times over. Oh, I just ran out of juice. God damn it! All right, I'm gonna have to walk over I'll walk over a gas can. Once again, thank you all very much. Midnight, Sparkle, Wing, Valuna. I appreciate y'all very much. And everyone else who is here, who did not directly contribute to the train, but who is here playing games with me at 3:16 in the morning, my time at least. I appreciate y'all being there. Appreciate the contributions. Appreciate y'all being there without contributions. You are contributing without contributing. Hang on. Let me word that right. Let's figure out words correctly. Words are good. You are contributing by being there. There's the words I was looking for. And because I'm having a hard time with words, Valuna, we are boozing again. So cheers, Valuna. That's actually the first time I've finished a booze before the ice melted in quite some time. Oh, but Sparkle. My secret is I already hurt now. No, 'twas a joke. 'Twas a joke. No, I had a rough day. And I've mentioned it a couple times, and I haven't mentioned details because anyone who's in my Discord and who's been noticing all the different channels understands why I've been having a hard day. That especially my mods. You have had access to even more of my hard day than my original hard day. And then on top of that, work and, you know, all the other jazz. So, you know, I've had a rough day. And you guys have helped ease some of that pain and helped me forget some of those issues. And I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. And, you know, as many of us here, we are gamers. Many of us, all of us, all of us here are gamers. And we tend to, you know, lose ourselves in games. And games have always been my distraction. Games have always been my method of coping with hard emotions, coping with hard issues. And it has... Screams! Games have been my method of, I guess, distracting myself from hard emotions long enough for those emotions to mellow out enough for me to deal with them. And I suspect many of you are the same way. So, y'all being here with me to help these emotions through has been very helpful. And I appreciate y'all being there with me for it. So thank you. And Wing, thank you again. So many bits. So many bits. That's probably a bad place to put that in case I'm gonna grab the hoop. We're gonna fertilize because I have the fertilization. All right, so we have the seeds. We have those things. All right, you. How do you work? You're not within range, right? I forgot. You said we need a windmill. I'm like, I have a windmill. It's fine. It's not within range. All right, that's fine. Well, we're gonna have a windmill. I'm just gonna go ahead and just, you know, I'm gonna placate myself by putting all these here and make me feel like they're doing something useful, and then I will eventually make them do something useful. All right, so we got mold. I'm pretty sure this needs to go in the house, but it's fine. I'm gonna test the buckets. That's not a bucket. That's definitely not a bucket. You are bucket. You go over there. I'm going to test the bucket, see if I can milk manually, because I want to see the minigame. I want to see what it looks like. My FPS is down to 30 whenever I get to the pig enclosure. Oh, God. Alright. You, madam. It is a small bucket. You've got a little small bucket spot under your belly. Start milking. Thank you for your service, madam. I now have milk. Specifically, goat milk. Teat A, teat D. Teat A, teat D. And you can indeed pour milk into the thingy. Good. So we have learned several things. We have learned that you can put milk from the bucket into the milk can. I have also learned that milking is an awful minigame, and I'm glad I bought the milking machine. So, we're going to put that, like, right, I don't know, there. We're going to put that right there. And I'm going to figure out where the little nipples are. Nipples. Give me your nipples. There we go. Nipples. I have nipples in my hand. Nipples. It's fine. Now I know. And I will lead the little mama goat over there next time. Can I test this out now? Do you have nipple space? You have nipple space. I have installed the nipples. Turn on. I am attempting to turn on your nipples, madam. It's not working. You, sir. Sir. You're not part of this process. And even if you were, I wouldn't want to drink the results. Sir. Sir. Leave. Ahem. Sir. Come here. Come here. Emotional support buck. Alright. Madam, your nipples are free. You may leave. Alright. I'll see you tomorrow. I know I already milked her dry. I was just wondering if there was some sort of feedback on the machine. And apparently the answer is no. If they're already milked dry, the machine says nipples are attached. That's all I need to know. And that's the end of the story. Alright. So I have also found out that watermelons are not worth anything. She ain't got no more. They're not worth anything. At least not in the grand scheme of things compared to $30,000 worth of pig stuff. I feel like if I were to play this game again from the beginning, a couple crop plots would be very handy. But the produce output is not high. $7 per watermelon is not a good return. It really is not. So we're going to be building greenhouses for the fun of it, but it will not be for the profit of it. And that's fine. It's fine. Let's do another bee run. Here, you go over here. Let's do another bee run. So how y'all feeling? How y'all feeling at 3:26 in the morning? I know many of you don't typically last this long into our usual evenings, both on my side and in other streams. So how y'all feeling? Are y'all good? Y'all enjoying your Friday evening / Saturday morning? It's a good question. Seeds cost a varying amount, and it's like $20 for 10 seeds for most of them. I think like $40 for 10 seeds for a couple of them. So it's, $2 to $4 per seed, and you get multiple harvests of growth. So percentage-wise, the profits are good. Quantity-wise, the profits are not good. And watermelons, since they can't go into to coolers, they're not easy to transport. So watermelons are not the answer, and pumpkins aren't the answer, apparently, because Luna had mentioned earlier that pumpkins are not cooler worthy. So if you're doing significant bulk crops and you've got the fertilizer or the time, because I don't think fertilizer is necessary. So if you've got the time to let the crops go with just free water from the sprinklers, and you've got 50 to 100 strawberries, it might be okay. But like, other than significant bulk, you're not dealing with these crops for any sort of a decent profit. I will have to fiddle with that to see what the outcome is, for sure. Only 126 for Voluna, so she's good after a nap. Lizzie, you make a good point. It is Ranch Simulator, not Farming Simulator. Their farming mechanics were added very recently, and I don't think they've gone through any iteration yet, so it's fair. I would suspect those prices will be adjusted at some point. Lizzie, you are also tired and questioning why you're awake. That's fair. Me too, kind of. But honestly, 3 to 4 in the morning is normal for me at this rate. For the last few months, I've been ending my streams at 12:30 or 1. And then I'll just watch YouTube until 3 or 4 in the morning and then go to sleep. And then wake up at 8:30 or 9 for work. I have not been sleeping well. But it's fine. It's fine. Cheese is the winner for you? Okay. The one you are chastising yourself for not going to bed already? You've adjusted your sleep schedule a few times. And, I do wonder where you're at these days. But if you're upset that you're awake at this hour, maybe it might be time to rethink that. Just saying. Oh, you're still in California time. That's right. So it's only 1 for you right now. And yes, Voluna, it's fine. I have had such a fucked up sleep schedule my entire life that this is nothing to me. Ooh, I appreciate that. 1 button click for a full harvest of strawberries. Now, we have seen the strawberries have died. Now, I think that this is a broken mechanic. Because previously there was a number ticking up at that lower gray 100% bar, and that's the seed death mechanic. And you can see it ticking up at 0.62 for the watermelon. When I first started harvesting them or growing them, they were at like 24 out of 100. And then they went back down to 0 after watering and fertilizing. So something happened where that suddenly ticked up to 100%. And that isn't right. My guess is that number's been slowly ticking up the whole time, and we haven't been notified of it. like something about that 0 out of 100 has not been working right. And it just suddenly died. So we have to remove and then replant. So something's definitely broken with that mechanic and needs to be adjusted. It's just X number of harvests. Yeah, if it's X number of harvests, then this one should have died as well, because I harvested them both at the same time. But this one's at 0 out of 100, which means it's a healthy seed. So something else is happening there, and I don't know what that is. And you can't stack the watermelons. Oh god. So the watermelons just take up a stupid amount of space for 7 health, or for 7 money. And then the watermelon just died too. Got it. Okay. So something's definitely up. There's got to be like a random chance for them to die. And that seed health mechanic, or that seed health number, is not accurate. Right. So you go there. You go there. It's very possible there's an element of randomness. It's also very possible that that 0 out of 100 seed health number is just not showing for me. Like it's not updating correctly. And it's only when the plant actually dies that it updates the way it should. It could be some relation to water and fertilizer, or, you know, who knows what mechanic it's actually using. But it's not consistent is the bottom line there. And I'm fine with that, because it's still a profit. You know, it was what, $4 for that seed, and I got $14 out of it. That's fine as far as profit is concerned, profit margin wise. It's just not fine in terms of how much these things are worth in the first place. So let's for water is fine. Let's see how long it takes to grow without fertilizer. It does need to be more transparent mechanics. And I appreciate that they've got several numbers. Numbers are good. I like numbers. Numbers tell me what things are what's happening at any given moment. But I don't think that number is working correctly. So we don't have a functional number. If it were a functional number, that'd be great. Alright, so let's sorry, I'm easily distracted right now. I am several more drinks in than I normally am, so yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, you're done. Give. B. Oops. Honey. B. B. All right, so we have more fruits growing. I've pretty much decided that the fruits are not worth the time. They are great for early game money, because if all you have to do is water them and let them grow and harvest them and sell them, early game, basically free money for a couple pieces of wood for the crop plots outside, fine. Decent mechanic. It's actually a really good mechanic. I like the way it works. But after having been completely drowned in pig meat, it's not profitable in comparison. Oh shit. I have forgotten about this. Let's see how many deaths we've had, shall we? Nope, pigs. Pigs and goats do not mix. All right. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no, my pigs. So many pigs. Let's take a count of pigs, shall we? We got 3. We got 6, 7, 12, 13, 16, 18. They keep moving, so this is really difficult to count. Let's go with 20, 24, 27, 32, 36. Let's go with around 40 pigs and no deaths, which is friggin' amazing. The last time I had a food issue, I had a pile of like 6 pig corpses in this corner. So 30-ish pigs and no deaths, that's friggin' amazing. Let's check the chickens quick, because they're also a huge consumer of food. I don't see any. No deaths on the black side. Let's go check the white side. This did not work out as intended. By the way, for anyone who missed this earlier, oh god, the eggs. Oh no. Oh no. I did not realize how many eggs were being generated. Oh no. Anywho, for anyone who missed earlier, I was trying really hard to figure out how to get these coops to work right. Because I thought these little gates were going to fold down and become ramps for the chickens to go in and out. But they fold up, and these are tall enough that the chickens cannot go in and out. I'm thankful that the chickens appear to be able to reach the food and water as I've designed it, but the intention was for the chickens to mingle, wander back and forth, and just have a chickeny good time. But that hasn't happened because of this lip. And I don't have anything that I can put there for a ramp. I know from my previous experience over yonder that all of the various animals like to climb on top of these small, the small food troughs. But when I put them down as a step, they wouldn't use it. So I'm left with chickens stuck inside a coop, able to reach their food and water. It's not ideal, but it's fine. It's working. There's no stairs. So if you're talking about, hang on. If you're talking about these stairs work. They will eventually wander their way out of these stairs. But there's no stairs that I am capable of building that work here. If I try to do like wood foundation stairs, they need to snap to a foundation, so they won't work here. If I try to do a foundation, the food troughs are in the way, so I can't even begin to try. So I've tried everything I'm aware of, including the janky mechanic of having them walk on top of the troughs, which didn't work. Instead of acting as a stair. So what was happening previously, and it's not happening anymore, and I don't know why, but previously the chickens were walking off of this ledge to go eat and drink and whatever, and then they were staying right here at the grass level and just sticking against the thing. But as soon as I put the troughs down to act as stairs, they got stuck inside, and they never left again, even after I removed the troughs. So I don't know exactly what they're doing, but they're not doing what I want them to do. They would never leave the coop again. So having these open is worthless. That doesn't do anything. So I wanted them to be able to walk just around and have a little free roam space. It wouldn't work. Oh. Wing. I didn't realize that was a question. I thought that read as, I'm having another beer and then it's time to sleep. Like, that was how I assumed that was read. Beer, by all means, go. I'm tempted to go get more booze myself. So yeah. Empty cheers to you. Got nothing in here. If I decide to get up, oh, you push the button. You push the button. All right. Anywho, bottom line, I haven't figured out how to solve the coop problem. If I can remember, by the time I get back from booze, I will cover my options to correct the situation. So, BRB and hope that my memory kicks in by the time I get back. So, BRB. Wing. Cheers to you. Alright. So, since I am still coherent, Balloona, you're right. Stairs, or a fence around the stairs to let the chickens roam free, that would probably work. My other options are the other coops. Medium coop, I suspect, has some sort of opening. I'm not familiar with this one, so I don't know where it opens. But probably some sort of opening to let the chickens roam free. The premium and the big chicken coops both have... this one has the fence on this side, 2 doors on this side that open up. And this one has the 2 doors on this side that open up. Both of those, I could, rejigger my fences a little bit to enclose those spaces and open up those fences, let the chickens roam. The premium, or the premium coop, I don't like because it's really awful to clean up. You have to crouch to fit in the bottom half. You have to crouch to get the stairs to fit in the top half. It's just not pleasant to navigate and get the eggs out of and clean up the poop and all that stuff. So I really don't like this coop. It looks pretty. And it's about the right size. Like the width of this looks to be roughly the same width of this. So it might not be a big problem to fit this one into there and get the fences to work right. I hate cleaning out this thing. I've tried it a couple times in another save, and it's just awful. So this one is much better because I love the drawers. The drawers are great for pulling out the eggs. You can pull out the eggs by hand without the chickens attacking you if they're fertilized. But this is much narrower of an opening. So if I were to do this, I would need to put them in this space, and I would need to re-narrow the fences to match to prevent the chickens from escaping. So not a big problem. And I think if I want to solve this problem, I would go with this option. But I'm not sure how big of a problem this is, because they are able to eat and drink. So no problem at the moment. It's just not as open as I would like it to be. I would love them to be able to wander and roam free. And the Discord hasn't really given me an answer to that just yet. In fact, they may have... No, okay. I posed the question of how to solve this little ramp problem, and the answer is put food troughs inside by random person. So that doesn't help at all. Doesn't help at all. But that's fine. Whatever. I will probably put that into suggestions instead then, instead of questions on how to solve the problem, because I don't think there's a solution to the problem. It's too tall. The only other option I've got is when building these coops, you have the option of placing it down deeper into the ground, but it's only about half the level of those peg leg things there, and I don't know if that's enough to give the chickens room to walk out. So I'm hesitant to delete the building and rebuild it, because it's a lot of material loss to do that. So I haven't wanted to do that yet. Maybe I'll do that at some point. Like I'll build it and then build it and then not save it, just to see what happens. If it works, great. Then I'll save it. If it doesn't work, then I'll just reload it and not be out the materials or whatever. Question from Wing, trying to read and comprehend. So, Wing, my answer to handling early access games where you have finished content is to step away and play something else. I personally, and this is me, not everyone has this gameplay mechanic mentality. Yeah, sure. I personally just walk away. And if I have enjoyed my time, and if I have enjoyed my time enough to be worth the early access price, then even if I don't remember to go back to it, I consider it a success. And whatever that price valuation is to you is up to you to decide. For example, Blade, who is a friend and a regular here, his valuation is $1 per hour. If he can get $1 per hour out of a game, then it's worth his time and it's worth his money. If he pays $50 for a game and he only gets 20 hours of gameplay out of it, it's not worth his time. So what he frequently does is he puts it on his wish list until it's on sale enough for him to justify buying based on what he expects to pay or to play of the game. I'm much more loose about it. If I've enjoyed my time, I spend $25 on an early access game and I've played 50 hours of it, great. That was a great game. I loved it. If I remember to go back to it a year later, after it's developed enough, and I have the urge to go back and play it, I'll do it. That's exactly what I'm doing right now, this very moment. It's been over a year since I last played this game, and I've I suddenly had the urge to go back and play it after seeing multiple of their updates and wanting to play their content. And that's exactly what I'm doing this very moment. With stuff like Subnautica. I chose not to play that game at all during early access. I watched a couple gameplay videos, and I knew that I really wanted to play it, but I also was not going to be happy with the subpar, buggy experience of an early access game. So I chose not to play it until it was fully released. I waited for several years. Like, I was eager to play it, but I waited for several years to play it until it was fully released, when it was a full, complete, done experience, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. So it's entirely up to you how you want to handle that. And I would honestly say every single game needs to be assessed differently on those criteria. Do you want to walk away and come back to it when it's got more updates? Do you want to just play it and be done and forget it ever existed? Or do you want to fully enjoy the experience to the point where you want it to be complete before you even touch it? And there may be other ors there that I can't even think of right now, but you have to make that call for yourself. If there's no updates in 3 months, no, don't unsub. Development take time. I've got some games that are developing and updating every single fucking day, and I mourn for those developers because they are going to burn out hard. But for right now, they're enjoying themselves and they're updating every single day. If at some point those games that are updating every single day, if they fade out and they start updating every week or every month or every quarter, I won't begrudge them that, because development is hard and development truly takes time. So they may have had a whole lot of stuff in the pipeline that they were able to crank out quickly, but then it started getting into the harder stuff that they couldn't crank out quickly. No, let them be. If it takes them 3 months to a year, well, okay, so 3 months to a year is a long time. 3 months, 6 months, a year, whatever. If it takes them a long time to even put out a game like devlog or something like that, don't begrudge them that. Game development takes time, especially with indie games, early access games, where there's a single developer or a really small development team. They're too busy working on the game, or they're too busy with their real lives to create these kind of development updates. You can't fault them for not updating. Yes, there is an exception to that. There is like a timeline to that where, 6 months down the line you haven't heard a peep and they haven't responded in the Discord, or they haven't communicated in the Steam forums. You have to make that call. Do you trust them enough to continue? If they were, active for 2 years straight, and suddenly something happened where they went silent and came back 3 months later and said, oops, sorry, I got sick, you have to make that call. Sometimes you give them a second chance, and, a week later they've given another update a week later after that. Something happens. Shit happens. Life happens. But every single game, every single development, every single indie company is different. And I have played far too damn many games to fault anyone for any specific issue. I mean, hell, I am a moderator for Farm Folks Discord, and that game has gone through several layers of hell. And yet, after all of their layers of hell, the publishing company that picked them up realized that they weren't ever going to finish. They bought out the original developer's IP and just let the original developers wash their hands of the game. the publisher picked it up, assigned a new developer team, and have been rocking the hell out of that game. It's not perfect. They're slow, but they're still developing. So the fact that the original developer team is gone, the original vision is gone, the original art is gone, the publisher picked it up and assigned a new developer team, and they have been trying their damnedest to not only fulfill everything from the original Kickstarter, but fulfill everything from the original dream, the original design, and then elevate it to their own standards. It has been a wild roller coaster of a ride, but it's still going. And I'm talking 3 or 4 years later. I don't even know how long I've been dealing with this Discord. But you really have to assess every single one of them differently, because every single indie developer is different, and they handle it different, and they have different skill sets. It's a wild experience to deal with all these various early access games and indie developers, because they're so different, and they're handled so differently. This game, for example, they just put out a roadmap that said that they're not going to really do any updates for the next 6 to 12 months, because they're working on updating the game from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5. And in that time, they're not expected to do any updates. They might do like a critical bug patch or something like that, but we're not expecting anything from them for the next 6 to 9 months or so as they update the Unreal Engine. So we kind of have to put that aside. We're not expecting any updates from them. We're not expecting any patch notes or anything like that. But we have to put that aside and just trust that they are doing their Unreal Engine update, and that when that's done and that it releases, we're going to get a hell of a patch, and it's going to be a hell of a bonus. And then they're going to refocus their efforts on bug patching the new version and enhancing the new version. So I don't know what to tell you as far as indie games go. I would even need to know specifically which one you're talking about to even give you any more advice than that. And I know my ranting, as we have discussed earlier, my ranting goes kind of off the rails for a while. I would need to know specifically which game you're talking about to even have an idea of where to advise you on that. Sorry. As we discussed earlier, and whoever's been around for the whole stream has learned that the more sauced I get, the longer my rants become. So there it is. You signed up for Patreon? Okay. I would review the Patreon rules, or whatever the description of the level that you backed at, because each one of them is different. Again, I've never done a Patreon backing, but I have done countless Kickstarters. I would say 95 to 99% of my Kickstarters have been board games, which has been a real drain on my economics, but don't worry about that. But I've done several video games as well, and each one's different. Some of them promise a alpha or beta within months after the Kickstarter's done. Others have some sort of longer timeline that, honestly, if they give a timeline, expect at least a couple months off. This is bottom line. Shit happens. If they say it's going to be, Q1 of 2023, expect the later end of Q1. Expect March, maybe even April. Just make sure to set your expectations realistic. That's my first major advice: is set your expectations realistic, and understand that they are people, and they are probably going to miss deadlines. That's just all there is to it. Shit happens. They're gonna miss deadlines. You just have to accept that as a realistic expectation. That's my first and biggest advice. Dealing with any indie game, any early access, any Patreon, any Kickstarter, shit happens. That's it. That's all there is to it. And you can't kick yourself over it. You can't kick them over it. As long as they're not, like, you know, canceling the project and running with your money, don't kick yourself over it. Just be patient. What kind of game are you talking about? Give me deets. I want to know. And since I've been staring blankly as I do my ranting, we're gonna at least stare blankly and do meat as I do my ranting. I'm gonna turn on my lights so we can have light. Sorry, that was like a 15-20 minute rant in the dark. I just realized that. That is the level of sauced I am right now. Just saying. Oh no judgment on a visual novel. I don't care what type of games you like to play. You know what? Feel free to judge me in return, but one of my visual novels that I recall the most vividly is Doki Doki. And everyone knows Doki Doki. It's a meme at this point. Doki Doki Literature Club is a meme of horrificness. But it is a visual novel. And it is a pretty damn good game. Valuna, 2 a.m. is your limit. I appreciate you hanging out this entire time. I appreciate your contribution to the train. Have a good night, Valuna. This is a non-meme romance, so you're expecting more judge. You know what? I'm not gonna judge. There is no judgment from me whatsoever on a romance visual novel. Lizzie played DDLC because it was free and because of the memes. That's fair as well. There are several good reasons to play games. I personally have never played a visual novel that I can recall. I will put that disclaimer on there. My memory is awful. I don't think I've played one, but I have watched DDLC. I think I've watched a little bit of... God, what the hell was that game called? Like Daddy Simulator or something like that? I watched a little bit of the KFC visual novel, which was fascinating that they even decided to make that in the first place. I watched a little bit of Hatoful Boyfriend, which is the pigeon-based one. Like, I enjoy watching them more than playing them, I think, because I like the story, but I don't care much for the gameplay myself. Yeah, the one, you make a very solid point. Games are to have fun. It doesn't matter what type of game it is. If you enjoy visual novels, if you enjoy Bejeweled, if you enjoy, you know, Call of Duty, if you enjoy Madden, I don't give a shit. I don't care what types of games you like to play. Yeah, I might give you crap for playing sports ball because I personally don't understand sports ball. But that's my failing that I don't understand sports ball. I don't care what type of games you actually enjoy playing. If you want to sit there and race the same 30-second racing game to try to get the best time for the next 12 hours of your life, enjoy yourself. That's what fucking games are for. Games are for enjoying yourself. Games are for having fun. Games are for distracting yourself from life, as I mentioned earlier. Like, Distracting myself from life is what I've used games for the last 30 years. Like, that's what games are. Enjoy yourself. That's the motto. That's the point of games. You've been into free-to-play merge games. You know what? I've tried a couple merge games. I personally have a beef against mobile games in general. Most mobile games. The monetization, the incessant ads, that kind of thing, I have a problem with. Like, I enjoy some of the gameplay of it. I don't like how they've monetized it, and I don't like how they've made it either time paywall, so, you know, wait 7 hours for a thing to happen or pay X amount of money to make it happen faster. I don't like the ads every 30 seconds for, you know, play the game for 30 seconds, watch an ad for 30 seconds, that kind of thing. Those are the kind of things I have a problem with, and that's more on the mobile game design than the person playing it. I don't care what type of games you like to play. I would prefer if people didn't give their money or their time to game developers that have such shady development practices. But if that's the type of game that you enjoy playing, and you don't mind wasting your time watching ads or whatever, I'm not going to begrudge you for it. I'm going to begrudge the game developers for making it. I'm going to begrudge the game developers for, you know, exploiting people's, you know, enjoyment and exploiting people's time. But I'm not going to begrudge you for playing the game. Never. Because people play games for fun. That's the whole point. As long as you're not hurting yourself. That's the biggest key. As long as you're not, you know, ruining your finances over this game, you know, spending too much money that you can't afford, as long as you're not, you know, wasting too much time and missing important meetings, as I have done once or twice. I'm not perfect. You know, enjoy your games in whatever form they're in. Games are there to be enjoyed. This is a lot of fucking eggs. What the hell? Chickens, you need to calm down, guys, gals. You need to. Jeez. But yeah, as you can tell, I am a big proponent of video games. I like them. I play them. I enjoy them. I like the developers of them. The only thing I don't like is the developers of shady microtransaction ad-heavy games. And I only don't like the developers of them. I don't care whether you choose to play them. Because I play them myself. I have several games on my phone right now that have far too many games or too many ads on them, and I can't help myself but play them because I enjoy them. But I hate the developers for what they've done to the game. That's just all there is to that. Right. The one. Sorry, I'm a little behind on chat because I've been ranting to myself rather than reading chat. But yes, mobile games have gone out of their way to exploit people and their addictions or their enjoyments, and they have made it so that, you know, a mobile game is addictive. They have made it so that, you know, a time-based mechanic is almost required to watch ads and or pay money to bypass. There's paywalls, making it damn near impossible to finish playing the game without paying X amount of money or watching X amount of ads. And that bothers me from a development standpoint and from an exploitation standpoint. But I'm not going to begrudge someone for playing the game that way. So many eggs. I don't even know where my third basket is. Where did I put my third basket? I had 3. Oh, that's right. It's over here with the strawberries in it. Alright, I need to... I don't have the mental capacity to finish watering these guys, so I'm going to empty the strawberries out of here. Nope, that's not the button. That's not the button at all. You go back in there, please. You... There we go. More eggs. Sorry. I'm going to keep apologizing for my ranting, but I'm going to continue ranting. So, sorry? Yeah, the time delays and either payment to bypass time delays or the time delays or payment to bypass the time delays or the advertisements to bypass the time delays. Advertisement equals money in this return. You know, X amount of time watching ads is X amount of money for the developers. That's really all there is to it. That type of transaction bothers me because it's essentially saying we're not going to let you play the game until you pay us money, regardless of how that ends up panning out. If that ends up, you know, with an actual transaction, or if it ends up with watching an ad and spending X amount of your time, that's what bothers me. It bothers me when they design the game to basically stop functioning until you give them your time or money. That's where I draw the line. And I've seen several mobile games where, you know, you pay an amount up front, $2, $3, $4, whatever, to buy the game, and then it's just a game. You play the game. You buy the game, you play the game. Simple as that. It's a basic transaction. Everyone can understand it. Everyone makes money. Everyone profits. Everyone's happy. But when you get to the point of designing your game around stopping the functionality as soon as people touch your game, and then it stops functioning until you do something to pay them or play the ads before you can play the game again, that's when it becomes exploitative. And that's when it becomes predatory on people who want to play the game but can't until they push the button. And they feel compelled to push the button because of the investment that they already have in the game, whether it's time that they invested in the game, or the fear of missing out, which is a huge component in these predatory practices, or just straight up gambling addiction mechanics, which a lot of people fall prey to, whether they believe it or not. And that's where I have a problem, because you're developing your games to prey on people to make money. And I do not tolerate that bullshit. I don't care if you play it. I care when people develop it. Because those are the evil people. Those are the people who are wanting to exploit people's weaknesses for their own gain. And I do not tolerate that bullshit. That's just bottom line. I don't tolerate people exploiting other people for their gain. That's all there is to it. daily rewards is almost tolerable, but it's an enforcement of people playing your game, which then leads them back to playing the game to then fall victim to all of the other mechanics. So daily rewards itself is not a problem, other than drawing people back to your game. Daily rewards pure focus is drawing people back to your games to then fall victim to the other exploitative mechanics. So daily rewards kind of feeds into that FOMO, the fear of missing out, which then leads into, the addiction feeding of all of the other game mechanics that are going on. And that's where I have a problem with that. And it's all about exploiting people. That's really all it is. And I just have a problem with it. I emotionally, I have a problem with it. Viscerally, I can't. And maybe this is, stemming from early, childhood issues, trauma, if you will, of, bullies in the schoolyard and stuff like that. But I can't abide by people exploiting other people. And that goes for slavery, that goes for corporate servitude, that goes for, prison employment, all these methods to exploit people. It's an ongoing trend that continues to happen. I don't like it. I hate it. And no, I'm not saying playing a mobile game is the same as prison exploitation. Just saying, there's a spectrum of exploiting people, and there's a bit of a difference in how those things are portrayed and how those play out in real life. Ooh, the Discord is active. Which Discord are you talking about? Are you talking about my Discord? Or are you talking about other Discords? Am I causing drama in my own Discord? I haven't looked at my Discord in a little while because I don't typically look while I'm playing. Oh, you're talking about the Discord for the one that you played with. Got it. Yeah, no, that's good. If the Discord is active, then that means that there's passionate fans and or passionate developers. Sometimes both. But Wing, depending on how you like to play that situation, you can become a fully active member of said Discord and become part of that community, discuss, push your ideas, promote your thoughts and development design decisions. You can offer suggestions, and you can offer guidance on how you feel the game should go, or you can just find new people to talk to and have a grand old time. It's entirely up to you. And that's one of the things I love about early access and indie developers, is that option to become part of the gang and that option to become part of the development. I love it. You get to share your insight. Great. And if your ideas make it into the game, it feels even better in the long run. I love it when I put out a bug report and it gets fixed the next day. I've had a couple games like that. I love it when I put out a suggestion and it gets put into the game in a later patch. It's a great feeling. It really truly is. Hey, Bloody Beer Man. Welcome, and congrats on your gift sub, I do believe. Have I... Are these... These are all sausaged, okay. These are all meatballs that have already dried. That one's new. I'm trying to figure out where I'm at with my collection of meats. I have a significant amount of meat in tubes that I don't quite know where we're at with the whole process. I should also check on my animals. I've been kind of locked in this garage for a while as I've been ranting. None of you have tried to stop me from ranting, by the by. So, I hope you enjoy my ranting. Just saying. The animals can hear me ranting, so they're good. Okay, good. If they can hear me ranting, it's like I'm talking to them. Alright, how are we doing here? How are we doing? Let's, no water. Good. I'm pretty sure I need to just let these plants die. Here, you go there. These are gonna have to be sold for $7 each. I strongly believe that these crops need adjustment in prices, and maybe not the crops adjustment in prices, because $7 a watermelon, that's actually a pricey watermelon. I'm pretty sure I bought a watermelon for cheaper, but either the prices of items need to drop, or the speed of growth needs to increase, perhaps. Maybe the growth speed is fine, and I haven't been watering it enough to get enough speed of growth out of it, but it feels like we're only getting a watermelon a day. And $7 a day is not much. And a 2x3 greenhouse of watermelons. That's a lot of watermelons. But that's only going to end up netting out to guesstimating for 8 watermelons a day, give or take. Guesstimating. Maybe 12. That's still only $50 to $100 a day in watermelons. It's not much. And that's assuming that you're fully sprinklered up and not manually bucketing the water into the damn things. So I feel like the crops in these plots need to be adjusted, perhaps. I haven't done the other farming yet to know for sure if the other farming is worthwhile. But yeah, I think we need to adjust the crops. Midnight, glad to hear you enjoy the ranting. I don't rant too often. I really try not to, but certain aspects of my night have led me to ranting, and lead me to ranting occasionally. It doesn't happen too often, but every once in a while a topic comes up that I am passionate about, and with enough lubrication, as it were, I do tend to loosen the lips a little bit to ranting status. Yes, Kinder, you have missed another fun rant. I've been ranting. So I started ranting in the middle of pitch blackness, and I realized suddenly that I was just ranting and there was no actual gameplay happening, and I felt bad. So I started processing all of my meats, and then I just keep ranting, and I realized I haven't milked my goat in a while, and I haven't fed my animals in a while. the ranting is taking precedence over gameplay, and I feel bad about that. All right, it's been a day. It's been a night. Where are we at? I have adult goats now. Okay. You, can you be milked? Are you a female ready to be milked? Where are we at with this situation? You're not even a female, are you? You do have the teats. So let's give me your teats. Come here, come here. The ranting was about mobile gaming and how I hate mobile developers, but I'm not going to begrudge anyone their specific game preferences, because games is games, and games are meant for playing and enjoying, is the bottom line to my rant. I do have a quote command, by the way, just putting that out there. Alright, so this turn on is not working, so I'm assuming your teats are dry. You may leave, madam. Other madam, come here. Goats, get out of my way. Where is other madam? Wait. Are we only that far? I have my 2 adults, but I have 2 babies, and madam is not... Okay. So she's not milkable at the moment. Interesting. I wonder when the milking is happening then. Because she's not milkable. And I have 2 moderately baby goats who are not milkable, obviously. So she's my only milkable goat. And I do not have... the milking has not happened. Wait. No, I take that back. The milking has happened, because I originally put only 4 milk in here. So maybe I missed the moment when I milked, and I just lost the point when we went to 9 instead of 4? I'm confused, but it's fine. Bottom line is I missed my milking goats. And I now have... I now have a stupid amount of pigs. I'm not even done processing the previous pigs. I have a stupid amount of pigs. Let me see if... Is it add quote or is it quote add? Hey, that one works. I do occasionally, yeah. I gotta have mod or higher to do it. Okay. So we got goats. Hey, you know what? That quote worked. You guessed the exact right quote, Kinder. Congratulations. That was an impressive guess right there. I don't have many quotes in there, because I, and many others, forget that the quote system exists. Yeah, my pig problem. My pig problem. I don't know how to handle the pig problem. I think the short answer is I need to shoot a bunch of pigs. Oh. I missed that line. Thanks, Kinder. I didn't see the part where it said successfully added quote number 9. I was applauding you for your good guess, sir, and you decided not to take credit for it. Alright, let's do a quick wander around the pig pen and see where we're at with how many pregnant pigs we've got. 2, I see 2 pregnant pigs so far. I'm stuck on a pig. 3, 4, 5. I see 5 pregnant pigs, I think. You're correct. I do have the non-bullet killing tool. I may need to use that. Because I don't think I can currently escape this pig pen without escaping pigs. Ha! I did it. All right. Oh, hey, look, we have 4 goats now. 4 goats is a great number of goats. It's an okay number of goats. Oh yes, that pen would smell awful. It would smell of awful, perhaps. But yes, it would smell awful. All right. So here's the deal. It's 4:30 in the fucking morning. I have been streaming for a tad over 8 hours. This is much longer and much later than I would normally stream. What would you guys like to see last? And I don't have answers for you. I don't have offerings. What would you like to see last in this game tonight? I'm going to leave it open. I'm not going to offer suggestions. I'm not going to let you guys, get my mindset in space here. You guys get to decide what you would like to see last in the game. And if there is a consensus, we will do it. But I'm not going to offer suggestions because it's late. And while I would love to offer suggestions, I'm curious what you guys would like to come up with. No. The farm cannot be set on fire. That is not an option. It's literally not possible. I can turn on as many fireplaces as you would like, but no fire would happen from that. Aw, Wing. Wing, that's adorable and I love it. You would like for me to have a good night's rest for the end of the stream. I appreciate it. And I am just about ready to pass out, so that's a perfect sentiment and I appreciate it. I need to make 1 more sausage for this wall to be complete. Let's make 1 more sausage. And I assure you, as soon as we're done here, I will be passing out. And I may or may not have memory of tonight. I am saving right now, kinder, as requested. Done. Your friend Giga6V is playing Astroneer. Do I have anyone? I mean, it's 4:30 in the morning. All of the people that I know and would normally stream do not exist at this hour. So, we may pick your friend, Wing. That may happen. Alright, one more sausage. Egg, sausage. Fuck. I made an accidental meatball. Alright, one more sausage. Let's do it again. So, you know, let me say this, and this is purely out of self-interest. I have had a significant amount of alcohol. I'm not gonna lie. There has been a lot involved, more than I normally would. And I personally don't have a frame of reference or an easy point of comparison for how sauced I am at the moment. So even in, you know, DM, or if you feel like saying it in chat here, how do you feel my coherence level is? How do you feel my alcohol level is? I'm just trying to get a feel for it here, because I don't have a frame of reference. I don't have, you know, an idea for how slurring I am, how coherent my statements are. Just, I'm trying to get, this is kind of an open survey. Let's go with. I don't have a personal feel for how many sheets to the wind I am, as it were. And I would love to know what you guys feel is my current level. So if you can give me, you know, rating on 1 to 10, or, you know, a DM that says, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, that kind of message. You know, I'd appreciate it. Even if I don't remember it in the morning. You know, whatever. I don't care. However you feel like messaging this information to me, bring it my way. I appreciate it. You have no idea you're a teetotaler? Well, you know, I can't help you with that one. I really can't. Alright, so we have, I think it's, yeah, it's only 2 drawers that are full, ready to sell. I don't think I've checked today. I might not have even checked yesterday, because I've been stuck in this garage for a long time, ranting and processing meat. I still have meat to process, and I have like 30 pigs to kill. So I might be stuck in this garage for the next week, for all I know. That's not going to happen tonight. That's probably going to happen in my off time. And I'm probably going to enjoy the hell out of it, because I kind of enjoy this micromanagement nonsense. I don't enjoy these plants. I mean, I do to a point, but they don't feel like they're worth it, which makes me enjoy them less. I might make a suggestion about that at some point, is to figure out how to make these crop plots more useful. Maybe they are just useful in bulk, and I'm not feeling the full experience of it because I've got 3. Maybe once so let's go back over here. So Wing and Midnight, you both feel like I'm pretty coherent. Okay, I appreciate that. Because I'm not feeling overly coherent. At the very least, I'm feeling uninhibited, I think, is where I'm feeling. I'm feeling like I'm not as reserved as I typically am. I typically am a very reserved and even emotionally unavailable person. And I feel like that's not as prevalent when I'm this far in. So maybe that's a thing. So, just changing gears 180 here. This is my current plan for greenhouse. Kind of 4 individual greenhouses. I'm not sure if I want them to be connected or not, but I feel like connected might be kind of cute, almost. Like a full 4 greenhouses with a connected component here. I just don't know how the roofing components will work. Because we've got let's see, this page. We've got these triangle walls. We've got the standard slanty roofs, and then we've got the triangle roofs. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to connect all the roofing components properly. If it's going to be able to be completely enclosed with this current 2x3 and then middle component connected. So that might be a little bit, it'd be iffy if I could connect all that correctly with it being completely enclosed. I would kind of like it because it'd be kind of neat to have the ability to walk through all of the greenhouses. But this is my current plan. So these greenhouses, I feel like I'd only be able to get, you know, maybe a dozen crop plots in each one of them. And between the 4 of them, that's going to be, on average, maybe $400 to $500 a day in profit. Which might be okay with the quantity we're talking about. But just the 3 crop plots that I've got right now doesn't feel worth it. I've got literally $21 in profit in watermelons right now, and maybe $40 in profit in strawberries. It just doesn't feel worth it compared to the $30,000 I made in pig meat earlier. So I don't know. I have some things to think about in playing this game. I have some math to do, some figuring to do, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So I'm gonna save the game. We're gonna pause. We're even gonna go straight to the menu. So I'm not tempted to continue playing because I would be tempted to continue playing. It's 5:45 in the morning. This is the latest I've streamed. It's not the longest I've streamed. It's only been 8 hours and a quarter. The longest I've streamed has been, I think, just over 9 hours playing Factorio. I think is our longest stream. So we're almost there playing Ranch Sim of all games. Shows you how much I like this game, and shows you how much I appreciate y'all being there. I truly do appreciate y'all being there, playing with me and watching me stream until ungodly hours in the morning. I thank you all. I do. I truly do. And I thank you all for the train that we ran earlier. It was great. It was unexpected, and it was much appreciated. Thank you all. I do thank you all. And being the emotionally reserved person I am, typically, and having some of those inhibitions removed for the moment, I will say that emotionally and mentally, I love having you all there. I love having you all there watching. Even just seeing that 10 of you are lurking there at any given moment is a big boost to my emotions, to my self-esteem. And I thank you all a lot for that. Like, you can't even imagine how much I'm thanking you for that. So thank you. And I appreciate it. So, Kinder, Midnight, The One, Valuna, Wing, Sparkle, Bloody Beer Man. I'm trying to scroll up through chat to make sure I'm not missing anyone who's been around for a while and who's been lurking. Thank you all. I do truly appreciate you 100%. And I do finally need to end the stream for the night. So that's all I got for the night. So thank you. And I will see you all next time. Bye.